Mm. All right, good morning, everyone. Happy, oh my god, it's Wednesday. How you all doing? Hope you're having a good day so far. Yeah, so we've kind of released Anathema, didn't we? And now what? Now what? Um, Good morning, Enrico, Caleb, Bubbles, Pepper, and Dottie and Temporis. How you all doing? Hope you're having a good day so far. Um, I am a little bit unsure what we're actually going to be doing today on account of we're kind of phew. How does it feel? Mildly depressing and a little bit empty, but I think that's somehow normal. Um, First playing games makes sense. Um, Now you can build something with it. Yes, I can, and I will. I just don't know what or where. It is. It is kind of a. We could probably like work on this more, and stuff. But it feels a bit empty somehow. Well, there's a lot of things I have to do. Oh, hang on, Caleb, because uh, everyone was of two minds what we should do. So I let people have the choice whether they wanted to have the badge or not. Um, yeah, I'm a little bit unsure what to do now, right? Oh, canvas. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Doddy. We should probably tinker with the canvas, shouldn't we? Ah, grounded. Thank you. I knew it felt too good to be true. Like we had some progress, and we could do that. We could do that, right? Um, but yeah. So yesterday, I um I fixed the color theme, syntax highlighting for Anathema in case you guys use Vim and you want to tinker with this. It's not quite right. You can see that these ones don't have any highlighting. Only these ones do. Probably fix that. These ones could probably have something going for them as well, right? Um, but we need highlighting is in the um not in the repo. It's in the it's on my GitHub though, right? I'm gonna pin the Anathema projects. Hang on to your sockets. GitHub.com. Let me pin these because it's gonna be annoying otherwise. Customize your pins. Okay, anathema. Okay. Anathema guide, extras, and we want AML. AML in there as well. Save pins. Okay, so now you should be able to go to just the repository route and see that, right? To connect and receive message from Twitch, this is a very, very over-engineered and complicated story, okay? We're using this, which is called BunnyBot. And BunnyBot is built on top of Binky. And that is sort of like the ingress of, oh my god, Anonymous, thank you so much to a gift sub to nice socks. I know that's not for me, because I ain't wearing no socks today, okay? But yeah, I'm gonna make that public, Bubbles. I just have to figure out some bugs there that I have to sort out. But okay, so what's next, right? I need to write a post about this, explaining what this is, right? The README sucks, so the README has to be updated. Now I have to plan out the video series, but at least now I know what I'm gonna do. So it's gonna be about building things with Anathema from the ground up, right? We start off by doing short videos. This is how you set up your project. This is how you get some stuff on the screen. Here's some hot reloading action, and here's how you create a component. Here's how you deal with events. Here's how you send messages. Like all these things, and just make videos of this, because I think that's how people want to approach this as well. And I have like I need like one big post explaining the project a little bit in detail and stuff, right? Yeah, well, I won't say please like and subscribe in a video though, because I get that people do that, but I never liked that. I'm too defiant to conform to the algorithm.
Maybe that's why you have 100 subscribers instead of 100,000.
Shut up, brain. So, nice try, Bonin. The project here is something like, right? Register a whole new Anathema domain and have an overtly corporate looking website, blazingly fast and safe. No profit? Correct. No profit. There's no profit in this. I went for a walk yesterday with a wife, and the only thing I could talk about was this. But she knew, I told her that I finished the project. I said, I finished something. Said, and she goes, okay, what did you finish? Other than the sentence. I finished the project I've been working on for 3 years. And it's gonna generate 0 money. No, she's proud of me now. And I'm going to be too busy fixing bugs that I'm never gonna get to build anything with this myself. So it's a bit like writing a book you want to read, but you want to enjoy it because you're the one writing it, right? As overtly cynical, isn't it? I have set up an Anathema UI organization. I was gonna say corporation organization on GitHub, but we're not moving anything there just yet, right? There's no reason for it. If this were to take off and a lot of people get involved and a lot of people start using this, then maybe we'll consider moving it to the organization. But I have the organization there. It's Anathema UI in case there's anything there. I have no idea why. But I think and I'd be happy to have a website for Anathema, right? But all these things costs money, and it's a running cost. And the project needs to get traction for me to want to invest any like hard cash into the project, right? But okay, what is we need a logo for it. So that's something. We need a logo that somehow reflects the project, the community, and all these things. I tried to have ChatGPT generate some images. They were all shit. They were all terrible. Very depressing how bad it was to capture my idea of what it should be, right? What else do we need? But yeah, so that's basically it, right? This is what we need to go forward with these things, right? Hello, Katie. I may even get a sponsor for hosting it. Maybe if we do that, but no one knows about this other than you guys, right? So I need to basically announce this somewhere, and I don't want to do that until I have a post written up, one or two videos done for it and stuff. And this is gonna happen in the coming days, right? So it's not a like a mile down the road kind of situation, right? But yeah, as I was out walking with the wife talking about this, I just felt so empty and all like depressed about the whole thing. Like you are done. You have made something and you are done. Sure, there's gonna be bugs and stuff in there, but you did it. It was a long journey. It would have been like a lot shorter. I reckon this project did not need to take 3 years, okay? So this project hasn't been worked on for 3 years either, right? Like, if we're gonna be a little bit more practical about how we analyze the time for it, I couldn't tell you how much time I've invested in this thing, but I've taken detours to gaming, game engines, doing other things, doing a lot of chatting while I'm streaming, which is not productive, and so on and so forth, right? So if you wanted to create something of this magnitude, which is like 20,000 lines of code, if you wanted to do that, you shouldn't look at the time it took since I started this project until it was done, right? Because it is not, and that's the programmer done, right? Because that's not indicative of what it's like for you to build something, right? Unless you do it exactly the way I did it. And if you do that, you're a fool. You're a foolish fool. Lots of examples, absolutely. You can set up a site on GitHub page for free. Yes, we have I don't know why URL selection here doesn't work. Chibisav, are you in chat? If someone sees Chibisav, let me know. What? Oh, you mean like in this style, like looking like this? Okay, gotcha. I understand what you mean now. This probably wants some JavaScript as well. This looks like a very JavaScripty website. I mean, we could take a detour and make an AML to HTML thing, and then we can write the website in AML, right? Because I'm an idiot. Alternative suggestion, feel great about it. So there's a sense of dread and emptiness combined with a sense of achievement, right? It is now a very scary situation because what if this is really shit, right? What if I have spent all this time building this and then it's shit? It's not to me. But since I want this to exist, I assume other people might want this to exist, and that might be a fallacy in thinking, right? Hello, Ragahater. Make a really meta logo with a text you can barely read. Yeah, let's see. What would be a meta logo with unreadable text, right? It was just like the there you go, right? Like these things. That one you can almost read, right? Almost. Stable diffusion. Here are some actual bands, right? Maybe. Or not. Spellcaster, yeah. Desolate Dreams. Yeah, but so yes, exactly. Make it in that font, right? It's my life work, yeah. But it's not just me, right? It's not just me. If you go and look at GitHub, to this URL here, Anathema, you'll see that it is not just me, right, that has been involved in this project. And I want this number to grow, right? Quality-wise, not just quantity. Like I want quality contributions to happen. I want this number to be big because I want this project to not be me and my project, because then it has no life expectancy. If I am the only one working on this, then one day when I don't want to or no longer can, what happens to the project, right? Your dark reader breaks it. Okay, then I'll look at it without dark reader. Let me try to select this. Let's go here, and then we turn off dark reader. All right, dark reader is off. But this is just like a standard website, right? There's nothing like this thing could just have been your every website ever, right? There's nothing unique about it. I'm not saying that as is a bad thing. I'm saying that like I see how this is designed, right? The two columns here, the hero unit, the two columns, 3 columns. It's like it's almost just straight up bootstrap, yeah, with a bit of this and that on it, and a carousel at the bottom. I will tell you this though, that the website for Anathema will not require any JavaScript whatsoever. Okay, I don't think. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I don't know if it will. Right? Maybe it will. You're right. It's not unique. It has to be informative, and that's it, right? So that's absolutely right. Hello, Bubbles. 750. Oh my god, I'm competing with Mr. Beast at this point, Bubbles, aren't I? Where's it with someone else's shit? Yes. Perfection. You ever go with that logo, right? As someone who's built a TUI in a few frameworks is absolutely not shit. Thank you very much for saying that. The DX is top notch. Thank you. Just use Nether chain icon. I think you could even feature one of those podcast interview people that does Rust project. I should have continued doing the podcast with Ekton, right? But I haven't even spoken to him in a few days now. I think he's just avoiding Discord for a bit. We do have that, right? I think part of the project, sharing your experience with doing that on stream can be interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's like it's weird to have done something and then be too exhausted to enjoy it, right? Need JavaScript to add explosion effects to everything. True. You can make a website without JavaScript. Even better, right? Yeah. So I don't know. Hello, Molian. How you doing? I think what we're gonna do is we'll just oh, I got the wrong thing open. There we go. Right. We'll just look at the canvas today. Maybe we'll look at the canvas and see what's going on. Right. Don't forget to mention that it's blazingly fast. Yeah, and it's blazingly, not blazing, right? You know, we could possibly make Anathema compile for the web, but I don't think I want to do that. Right? Yeah. Should we have a look at one of the widgets that we need to build a test project, right? So there are lots of screenshots and stuff. People have built things, very cool. The first non-cringe too. You should be in charge of marketing, Caleb. I don't think I have the weight behind me to make that claim though. The first non-cringe TUI library, right? That would be a claim, wouldn't it? But here's the thing. I am really bad at self-promotion or promotion in general, right? Saying that, goodbye every sponsor ever from hearing them. No, I actually might do a sponsor segment come Monday, by the way, which will be a change from what I've been doing now. I did take the company and I searched for it and any controversy and I couldn't find any. So I'm probably gonna do it on Monday. Big bold letters, the first thing. Maybe just like cross out cringe, right? Oh man, sorry, Tempore, that took me way too long to unpack. Shouldn't it be I use anathema, by the way? All right, should we have a look at the canvas widget? I need to make something, some kind of screenshot for something, right? Let's go to demo. No, demo. All right, you guys look away now. You don't see this. Okay, you did not see what that was. Okay, cargo clean. I did think about that, Caleb. Famous people saying things like "I never heard of this before" and "Please stop coming to my house," and you know. But that's just me being stupid. Can't be helped. But I did think about that. Testimonials are always so stupid, right? Right. Okay. So we need to go into extras. No, that's not the right one. Let's add a path here. Sure, that's fine. Yeah, it is. Let's make sure this will compile now. Yes, it does, right? Would be hilarious. Yeah, I think, but I don't want to put too much of a dumb spin on it because for all the like stupid nonsense that I say and do, there is a value to this. I don't think it's entirely void of validity, so I don't want to do that entirely. Let's go to. Let's go and find the I need to like remember the URL for this thing, right? Let's have a look at the canvas for a second, right? So I'm gonna mention hot reloading there, though, right? I mean, we could definitely have that kawaii thing, though, right? I would add that just because of that stupid post about the anime girl. All right, the stupid things people get upset with. All right, okay. Let's see. So the canvas widgets. The state is not return, but it's not state, right? How do we express this? When you reload, hot reloading will, okay, it's like this. Hot reloading will clear the canvas as the cells are not stored as state. I'm going to mention that. And I think I'm gonna look at what Doddy said. Where is Doddy? Scrolling. Boobity 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 scrolling. There is Doddy. All right, you said it's highlighting in the repo. That's one thing you said, and it is not, but it is now. Here, no, not here. It is now here. That is AML. Why does it say tiny? Right. I should probably change that. Da 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 da. For AML. There we go. And I'm about to open issues as well. I think that'll be worth doing. I could wear those. What do you call those? You know. What do you call those things? All right. Oh no, I thought this was the fake nose. These things. Oh, you guys can't see that, can you? They have a name, don't they? The fake nose and glasses thing. I thought they had like a name. What? There's a 3D Sack McCracken? That's rubbish. No, we're not doing any of that. Anyway. So we're gonna do this. No, that's not how my brain works, Bonin. Yes. What are these called? I think they have a name. Oh no, those days are over. Okay, so let's see. What should we do about the canvas then, right? How should we do something with this? If AMA has been updated so I can effectively implement a hot reload for canvas myself. You can't. There is no event. Maybe a resize event can work, but yeah. Does ASCII Cinema work with Anathema? Yeah, we have some ASCII Cinema links, I think. Let me have a look. Yeah, here's an ASCII Cinema link of what Pip has made in Anathema. I mean, you gotta appreciate this being a terminal, right? I mean, it's just, it never occurred to me to do anything like this, right? I think it's just beautiful. That would be good on the website, README. Yeah, I think we should put that in the README as well. Absolutely. How do we I think the Tetris thing is good too. Yeah, I have not acquired the same sense of style as Pep, clearly. Okay, so how can we know? Okay, well, there is one thing we could do, Doddy. There's one thing that we can do, and that is having a init function on components, right? Oh no, I was just gonna use the animated GIF from there, right? Can I do this? All right. The GIF is good to show the project. I wish I could trim it down a little bit, but it is cool. Okay, so what if we had an init function for every component when it's created? Then you could use this to rebuild anything that gets destroyed in a hot reload. I think that could work. Yeah. And then we're gonna do the anathema relay as well. I look forward to that. But that will have to be after I gallivant away for a bit. I'll be gone in July for a couple of days only. But yeah, so like what would be like 2nd of July maybe? Is that it? Where am I? Then I'll be gone for I think 4 days, 3 days, 2 days. I don't know yet. I don't know exactly, but gone I will be. We'll have the vaults maybe. I'd love to, Araga. That was on the docket or on the agenda maybe. So my kid wanted to go to Slovenia and I wanted to go to Spain, which meant we would have gone to some small country there. But we were gonna go to Rust on the French border in Germany to that thing. But instead, because of this ridiculous thing with the toilet, it basically chewed up every ounce of monies we had. So our holiday is now gonna be me going to see a friend for a few days. And that's kind of it. I'll go to a few countries maybe, but sadly I won't be traveling particularly all over the map. All right. My kid wanted to go to Slovenia, and I was like, yeah, that'll be cool. We can go up in the mountains. All right, that's a thing. Don't tell a friend his plan B for the vacation. Well, I told him that because of this, are you gonna be home these dates and I'll pop over and hang out at your house? And he's like, yeah. Yeah, Slovenia would be interesting. So if you go to Slovenia, you can then go to Italy as well. It's all like nearby. But all of a sudden, the cost will sort of clock up. And nobody cares. But yeah, okay. So if we have an init thing, maybe we can do that, right? Maybe we can do that. What would that look like? Let's have a look at how components are mounted in the runtime. In the runtime. Yeah. Hello, Colden. How you doing? There's a couple of to-dos as well that should be fixed. But yes, if we have an init, then we should be able to call that function. So on hot reload, that init function should trigger again. I'm thinking about how we could potentially deal with prototype state as well, but we can't because we don't know what's gonna happen. Well, we could put the prototypes in sort of like a storage for the time being. Yeah, I think hot reloading could maybe work with that. I don't know. We do. I think that will be hot reloading 2.0 in that case, but maybe we can look at how we make components instead and call the init function when we do that. So that's going to go to widgets and components. Actually, it's going to be the eval. And here's a component evaluation. So we have now created a component. A retrospective. I think that would be too depressing to do. That would be too depressing to do. A retrospective of this. What happens after 3 years of working on something, right? So does this create the component? I think it does. Now we can't really do much about this. You have to be real like that. No. No, I mean, in reality, I'm not like depressed about the whole thing. It's more like it's a bit of a void to wake up after having done something. And it's just, now what? Right? It's a bug fixing and stuff, yeah, but nah. It's all good. We're gonna build things now. We're gonna build things. We got videos to make, websites, logos, whatever, right? Like finishing a game you're really into. I wouldn't know anything about that, Caleb. I still haven't finished all the decks in Balatro, right? I'd imagine this is probably what it's like for someone finishing a game like Elden Ring, maybe. Assuming you've been playing it for 3 years and you got massive skill issue. I will not feel the same way when we complete the Remnant though, but somewhat. Okay, maybe we need to post that clarity programmer. That's a picture. That's a picture. Maybe this is what we need to do, right? And then a whole second game? Oh, please. Please no. Please no. Oh, we haven't finished the first one or the DLC. Well, we're not even on 1.0 yet, Doris, so there's no risk of that. Ugh. The documentation is done doing as well, right? But what kind of demo project would be good to make? That is a question, right? And it needs to look good. So I'm a little bit when we do Remnant next, we could do maybe tonight. Depends on when you're gonna have your din-dins, right? Either before or after tea, yeah. Or we can do tomorrow. Well, tomorrow's gonna be difficult. We can also play this weekend if you want, right? I'm up for finishing it though. All right, I felt good beating that jumping goat guy. Okay. So if we want to have an init function on a component, that means that we have to store new components or uninitialized components, right? We can't call anything on a component at this point, right? This is too soon to do so, right? Indeed, right? Indeed. A win for me is if I'm alive when the boss dies. Oh, sorry. I'll start to yawn here. All right, so that means that if we create one of these things, registry get, this should store new components, right? And what do we have here? We have we're not going to have an ID for that. So that's not going to work. We don't have the ID until we're here. So then here, we could push the widget ID here. And then in our runtime, so what context are you? Layout or eval? Eval. Where do we... okay, let's have a... Do we want to... No, we probably want a reference to that instead. Ugh, how big are you? Blah. All right. We can do that. And then when we get a component, we will register this with new components, push widget ID, and then in our runtime, in the tick function, where we tick components, we could also do that, right? That has to come after the cycle. So we could do init new components here. So let's go to tick and let's grab this function and let's make one for init. Was it new components? All right. Yeah, we're missing one of those rods that lets us get the rest of the gear though. So I'm a little bit, I want to get that. So the layout context has a bunch of things, and this thing could have pub. New component, create a new frame. What do we call this thing? New component. That should be in plural. And when we create one of these, then we just have to say new components, an empty vec. I don't think we create new layout context repeatedly. They sit on the frame, so that's a non-issue. And then here would say for while let some widget ID equal to self dot new components pop. We could store the widget ID and the state ID in here. Then we're gonna send this event, and that will be an event. No, we just do this. With component, widget state, component element, any init. And then we just have to make that. Okay, I think this solves it, right? Hello, hi Lucas. How you doing? I think that was all we had to do. Oh, that was very little work to add an init thing to the components. Now the question is, does this actually work? And the answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. Or we could just run this and find out. All right, let's start by adding an any init to this thing. So we have an any init. There's no event here. Although, should we make this an init? Kind of think that maybe we should. And we'll save a little bit of grief doing that, right? Yeah. Yeah, we can do that. So in that case, we'll roll this back. Okay, let's go and fix all this now. So we need to store the widget ID and the state ID here. Widget ID, state ID. That's it. Hello, Maniac. We're just finishing everything and then some today. This is going tremendously well. So this new component is in plural. I'm hoping this will solve the issue that will arise from that. Okay, not all traits implement. No. Did I add the init thing here? We don't want that. Okay, so making an eval context, that's gonna be new components is new components. Hopefully that will not be an issue. Expected. Okay, yeah, you are the wrong type. Hi then. It's happening, I'm sorry. But I'll try not to. Wait, what does this do? Any event. That goes to self on init, which doesn't exist, by the way. So we need an init function here. You know, we're going to reorganize this a little bit. We're going to have you there. And the most common one is this guy, though, right? So we'll put you at the top. There we go. All right, we accidentally left some duration in there. Layout. Context. This event should never be sent to the runtime. Okay, so a nope is a no-op, and init should probably be the same as a tick. No, init. Was that it? Are we done? A function that takes 9 arguments. There was a function, and bingo was his name. Oh, was it an update? This update widget function used to take 12 or 13 arguments, I think. We don't seem to be doing any of that, so let's get rid of that. Figure out why this is still here. Okay, then. I'll do that later. All right, let's try this now. Let's have an init function here. We're just gonna copy that. And then here we're gonna panic. Yep. Okay, that's it, Dottie. We now have init. So let's start by setting our state to a U32. And on init, we're going to say that is 10. We started off at 0. And if we go to parent, text state, it should be 10. It is 10. Wow. It's so nice to work with something where it makes sense what you're doing, okay? But okay, now in my own advice here, right? Because we're gonna push this, and we need to write some tests here, right? Which branch are we on, right? Cargo, so git branch -c feature component init event git switch. There we go. Just works. Hello, Tiger. How you doing? What are you doing? I just sorry, I'm a little bit late replying to you, and I can see there are no viewers there anymore, so you are not there. But I'm gonna answer anyway. I just added an init event to Anathema so we can fix the redraws. Now, I don't know how you would use this, Doddy, because I don't know what you're doing with your canvas, but we're going to try this. But first, we need to go and write a test for an init event. So we're going to go to tests, and then we'll copy tab index maybe. No, state change to init event. So what do we have here? We'll have a... we can sort of do what we had before, right? We'll just have a... no key press. Don't care about that. We don't care about any of this. We're just going to stop it here. And then we're going to see that this thing is set to 1. And index 10. That could just be state. We don't need a number. Now we need a component. And it's not a basic component. Instead, we're going to have our own component, which has nothing on it. Ah! Where are you? There you are. Our state is 1. And then we say the state is a U32. Or it could be a bool. And then we say that it's true. And here we are making this with comp and false. Right. We are going to assert equality. The backend.line 0 is true. Now, if we run this, it passes. If we don't do this and we run this, does it fail? It does. Well, that's not even difficult to test, is it? I mean, there's a lot of code here, and I feel like we could do something better with this. Maybe we do different different events that we want to trigger. No, that's not. I think the init function is a no-op by default. Yeah. That's it, right? So let's add this. Now we have... there you go. It's beta now. We have tick and in it there. New components. New init event. We have an init now. That's an init. Okay, hang on to your sockets, Doddy. Let me push this. I want to hear more. Is there anything untracked? Yes. Feature. Init event is now available on components. Will trigger. Is now available on components. Will trigger when component is added to the tree. This is too long. A message. Let's do a cargo nightly format. A cargo clippy workspace. Yep, there we go. Widgets new component created is never called widgets layout module. Okay. These are just formatting things. And I'll amend that commit. Okay. Let's push it. And let's create a merge for this thing. And compare and pull. Not into main, but to dev. But to dev. There we go. All right. So while that's waiting, let's go and update the guide. And let's have a look at the guide when it comes to components. Event handling. All right. Let's add there. Where is that? That is on events. On init. Event called the first time they're called when the component when a new component is added to the tree. And I think that's it. Okay. Let's go and add this. On init. Right, now we're pushing that, which is a bit naughty, but that's all right. Okay, how are we looking? Merge conflicts. What the hell? How? No, I don't want no framework in there. There we go. All right, but is this, when I mark this as resolved, will it save my changes here then? Okay, commit merge. There we go. Committing merge. That's an odd thing. Okay, let's merge the pull request. Let's delete the branch. And let's have a look at, wait, why are there 9 files changes for this? Yes. All good. Yeah, that has moved. So tickety-boo. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I didn't realize I poked so many files. Okay, so that's now merged into dev. I think we can merge this into main if we want to. That should be fine to do. Kind of a dumbass title for this, but you know. How? And what? Man, I don't get this sometimes, but okay. Have a canvas with random points on it. Use attributes to change how the points look. Change from asset. Okay, so you are reading the attributes in your widget, right? So you would have something. Let's use index for now. I'm going to clear this out. All right, we'll call it parent then. You can still register the input there. That's fine. You don't do nothing. And let's take the parent and rename you to index instead, because that's way cooler. Yeah, that didn't work. Why did that not work? Unregistered component parent. Oh, right. Ugh. Whew. Yeah, there it is. And you want to be able to change based on... So we call this thing car and we make it an X. So is that what you had in mind? So in our canvas, we're going to draw the X somewhere. We don't need this event. We can, I guess we can use tick. We'll come back to this thing. What we could do is we can set the frame rate to 1, and then we can do things in the tick function. So here, we're going to get the by tag canvas first. And let's get the character that we're drawing with, right? So brush is context.attributes.get as character. And then what do we call this thing? Car. All right, cool beans. And we'll unwrap that because we know it exists, right? Really? What am I doing wrong here? That's why. Oh, can we not get as a character? Because it is a string. I do wonder about this now. Try from. Is this not implemented for it? It is implemented for character. But maybe we do a separate one for character. We should be able to get a character even if it's a string, right? That should work. So if it's a string with a length of, well, length of 1 is wrong. With a car count of 1, we should be able to get that. Yeah. So that means we're going to write a custom implementation for character here. So let's do that. So we have stir here. We just copy this guy. And we don't need this lifetime. For a car. Try from value. Don't need you. Can have that. If it is a value kind character, then it's an easy one. If it's a stir, then we're gonna say s dot cars dot first Oh, okay. Okay. Or that. There we go. You happy with that? Right, now we got the character here that has to go. Doesn't that mean I should just stop programming instead? Chang Liangxi, sorry. I am sorry, I have mangled your name. Alright, that's next, not first. Okay, so we should now be able to get a character. Question is this the right behavior, or should we invalidate this if there's more than one character? Or maybe we allow this to, rather than adding complexity to this, maybe we just let it be like this. So this should not panic now, and it doesn't, because if it's a string, then we get the first character. If it's a character, then we're already good, right? Yeah. Could be a list of characters. This should still work. No. Should we? Oh, no, because it's a list. Should we allow this for a list of characters then? Maybe we shouldn't allow this for a list of characters. Then you have to get it as a list of characters. So you should be able to get this as an iterator here, right? Context attributes iter as character here, right? And for x in yeah, that works. Okay, I think that's the right behavior. So we don't do anything if the selection is a list of characters, right? This would not be okay to get as one character, but this will be, right? I think Chang Liangxi is just a bot paid by Microsoft, made by Microsoft to promote Copilot because no one else wants to use it. Car A, B, C, D would not. It would not, right? A, B, C, D. This will just be A as far as this is concerned, right? This is a string, right? Okay, so the goal was to be able to change the attribute. So we're going to draw on the canvas on our init function. So let's do that not on tick, but on init instead. So we could have an initial thing, right? Saying use Copilot with Claude. Yeah, maybe that doesn't even make any more sense. But I'm like, I just ignore like the actual meaning of the things people spout, right? It makes no sense to me. Like, you don't know me, you don't know anything about me, and you're recommending a tool, right? It's like a doctor prescribing medicine before they even speak to a patient. What idiot would do that, right? Okay, so let's see. What should we do here? So we have a list of iter, and we have a... Let's put something here for our canvas, maybe. But then we have to... Well, we do implement default, right? So I don't know what dot is gonna do, so I guess I'll just draw a bunch of characters somewhere, right? So let's get the canvas, as we do here, and then we say coordinates will be we'll have 3 coordinates in there, right? So we start at 1, 1, 2, 2. We draw it diagonally, right? 3, 3. And then for chord, in chords, I wrote chords as if we were playing the guitar. And then element dot put, I think might be... Well, first of all, we need to know that it's a canvas. Otherwise, we can't do nothing. And then canvas dot put a character, a style, and a position. That's our brush. Our style will just be reset, and the position will be called into. Now, I don't think this is gonna work because we don't know what style is here. And is this already taking an input into? Yep. Okay, let's run this. That is not. Well, first of all, that shouldn't have worked. Oh yes, it will because there's no canvas. I thought that would panic, but there is no canvas, so nothing will happen there. All right, so we have to put a canvas on here instead, right? So canvas. I don't know how big you are, Mr. Canvas, so we put a border there. Okay, those are our 3 whatchamacallit, right? Oh, fiddlesticks. I can't do hot reloading when I place it there. Let's make a new template called main.aml. Nah, that's too dumb. Let's make a new template called drawing.aml instead. And our index should have drawing with the character as an X. That was the whole point there. And we are going to have our index become drawing instead. Yes, and now where we wrote index here, we don't care about these attributes for now. And then here, that's a drawing, and that's a drawing. And then we need to register a template that is just the index, like so. What order they get initialized in? Not sure how to answer that. The order they are created in is how the order they get initialized in, right? So that depends on things like if statements and what have you, right? Okay, let's go to our drawing and let's put our canvas here. Canvas. That's it. Okay. Remember that this is running at 1 frame per second, so it's going to be very slow, right? Boop. All right. Now, the issue here was, can we change this? There you go. Let's not run this at 1 frame per second because that was painful to watch. All right, that's better. So yeah, is this really solving your problem, Doddy? You'd have to store a list for this. Okay, then I think we are... Well, I don't know why that has failed. I did a Clippy check. The test have failed. How's the test failing? Ah, so test... Is test run... How does that work? No, that's the wrong project. We'll get to you later. So test is running cargo test, and lint is running that, and Clippy. So what does it say the test has failed here? Unused imports. This is so weird. How can this start failing? What are you running for this to fail? Rust C. Ah, with a bunch of clippy lints on there. Okay. All right, I see you. It's running cargo test. Workspace verbose. Cargo test. Yeah, there was warnings there. Why was those warnings not picked up before? We can add this one directly to dev. That's okay. Cargo Clippy workspace should have reported a failure. Cargo test workspace. Did that report a failure? No. Why does the verbose version do that? Sorry, what? It doesn't? No, it does. Oh, it's the init event thing. Oh my god. Okay. Right. We don't need that. Okay, we can see this. Okay, yeah, it makes sense. The world makes sense again. Init event, don't need any of these things. We do need that. Is there anything left here? That's a warning. No. All right. So code quality, right? Git add, git commit -m, and actually let's run this as cargo test everything. Cargo clippy everything. Rust. No cargo. Nightly format. Yeah, of course something's gonna change. All right, so what did we add here? Feature. Attributes.get as car works on strings. There we go. Push that. Everything is up to date and it's not too late for you to get on board with an FMM. All right. So we don't have anything. Okay, we're gonna see how this pans out, right? I think we're good. Where are we gonna get a logo from then, right? We need a logo where we can. This is too stupid. I'm just gonna delete that. We need a logo and we need a video breakdown, right? On how this should work. Question is, do I set up a separate YouTube channel for this or do I just post this under mine? I mean, I'm thinking I should just post this under my channel, but I do have my stupid videos on there. Yeah, we'll just post it under my channel. Nobody cares. Hey, look at that. It's good. Pull request, please. Review required. Well, the power of BDFL compels you. Should we delete the dev branch as well? All right, Dotty Lottie, you can now use it. So, are these pull requests still relevant, right? Let's see what happened here. Yeah. Is this relevant? I don't think so. I remember what this was for. I'll leave it there. I don't know. It's a lot of conflicts there. Change with errors to now be expected value but found type when having non-value field. When did this merge request come in? Oh, this is on the derive thing. Is this part of what Museum was doing? Skylar, is this relevant? No, it goes to this one. Is this still relevant, Skylar? Then just point it to the right branch. I don't know if it is, right? But this branch delete at some point. We should probably not merge anything into that one. So the question is if you want to leave that or not. Overflow not dirty enough. There's an obsolete jump public call for overflow which does not mark the overflow as dirty and therefore does not cause a refresh. Proc macro stuff. Should I close it? I was considering expanding the enum to include absolute, but felt a little overkill. I don't think mine will be relevant anymore. It was a really old bug. Okay. Closing this since it's no longer relevant. But Jesus loves you. Okay. I'll close it. I don't think this one's gonna go anywhere. So I close this one too. Closing this as it's pointing to an obsolete branch. But thank you anyway for your efforts. Okay. We just leave a bunch of closed pull requests to set the tone a little, right? We need something better here. But okay, what does the canvas widget look like? What did I just click on? App spotlight. Style. No, I don't want that. Oh, sometimes smart devices are shit. Excuse me for a second while I rage about smart devices. There's nothing smart about smart devices. We look back at this time in our lives and laugh at how dumb the smart devices were. And they are no more. Wait 6 to 8 years for this thing to load. Push button. Sync. Blah, blah, blah. Alright, done. Gone. Okay, what did I say? The default widgets, canvas. Do we have tests for the canvas? We do have tests for the canvas. Although they don't seem to really do a lot. Exactly. Privacy invasion device is what it is. I don't know if this is slow or not. I haven't looked at that. You know what, though? I have a thought here, Doddy. I have a thought, and this might work. You have a weird layout issue with Canvas. It tends to ignore spaces. Okay, let's look into this. But I think what we could do, if we make the canvas buffer public, and we rename you to canvas buffer for now, I think this thing should be... I think this thing should be removed at some point, but let's have a function here called restore. Okay. Then we can just save the buffer. But we need to know when we're gonna save the buffer. We need a dinit function. If we have a dinit function, we can store the buffer and then restore the buffer, right? So we can take it and restore it. Eep. Okay, we can add a default for you. I don't know if we... Okay, apparently we can have a default for that. The size is a default. Okay, well that's done already. Another to-do gone. Good work on me. All right. Okay, let's have a look at these two things. So we have to add another... We have to add another event. What would be the dinit event? The counterpart of init. Uninit? Dinit? Removed? I don't know. We need an event name for it. So when we remove a component from the tree, this event is triggered. And what we could do then is use it to store and restore things, I think. As long as we have access to the tree first. And I think we do. Drop. I mean, maybe. Get out of here, you C++ fiend. Oops. So what we do here is on... we can call it on drop or on remove, maybe. No. Ugh. I don't like it. It's no good. What does the reload thing do? Clear all changes, all subscribers, get components, reload template. There should be a return function. Reload templates, maybe? That will do a component reload. Where is the return of the component and the Mac? Return of the Mac. Return state. Where are you called then? Right. Here. And this is in here. So this is when we return the state to... Oh, but we're not... destroy could work. But we are not returning the component. We're returning the state. Oh, boo. The component doesn't exist anymore. Oh, that's SIP. But the component should exist because we're returning the component. There's something wrong about this. So here's the component. And here we call return component. So this isn't return state. This is return component. So before we call this function, it's effectively when we have to do that. And then how do we do that? We'll do this. With component. So do we have one for all components maybe? Yeah, here we go. Blah, not tick, but the init. We'll rename that event, okay? Drop, destroy, which one? Hello, Suyash, how you going? I think Doddy, this is gonna be amazing. All right, this is gonna fix everything. Okay, we need a name though, right? Init drop. Ooh, maybe not drop. Drop is the name of the trait, so let's not call it drop. It absolutely can, Doddy. You know what can really fix bad code? Digma DeFi. Yes, person whose name is entirely made up of vowels. You're not wrong. The vowel person. Story. It will. Famous first words. No last words here. The bot is not. You know, we could probably run the bot, can't we? Where's the bot? Simple bun. I don't know if this works. It does now. Okay, let's try keyboard. It doesn't work. The bot doesn't care about me anymore. I gotta fix the bot. It just says it's here. You did, Bubbles. Oh, you had it for a couple of weeks. So then the honeymoon period is over. That's nice. That's nice. Bot is eeping. We will amend the bot. Let's see why the bot is not doing anything. So blah blah. Okay. Well, this is probably why. Let's panic here. And let's not tell everyone that we're here. We're just gonna panic. There we go. All right, so we know that worked. We got the message here. And we could probably read the value here. Test failed. No, nonsense. Let's go to Witchbox and let's look at the transformer for the chat message. I think this is the same thing. We could probably just copy this code in here. Well, minus this part, obviously. And this part, obviously. And then payload would be value payload. Okay, I think this is it. Yeah, and then here, we'll get rid of you for a second. I don't really care about the color here. The color is not relevant. The message type might be relevant. I don't know. Probably not. We have the sender. Unwrap will solve that particular problem. And that particular problem. And that particular problem. Okay, so where do we have the lookup of commands then? Did I delete that code? Yeah, I think I deleted that code. uh, so then we have the message now, which should be a string. Okay, so let's just say if the message, where's like the command thing? Commands. Yeah, there we go, right? So this thing, we can call commands on something, right? So let's do commands dot whatever, right? Get. That's it. Okay. Message. Nope. Continue. We don't want to bail from here. Oof, needy. All right, so what is this thing then? It's a string slice. And then here, we're just going to use this code now. To chat message dot to string. All right. Is that it? Whew. How easy was that to fix? I'm not sure you're old enough to be alive on Twitch. Be alive on Twitch, sorry, to be live on Twitch. Very different narrative there, okay. All right, we have a bot now. Yeah, so we were implementing some kind of D-init of this thing. All right, I'm going to call it D-init for now. Destruct needs more letters. Methods names are very important. But we need an antonym. Damn it. Terminate. But we're not terminating a component, right? No, it is no longer alpha. Stupid bot, you're wrong. Oh man, shows what you know, bot. What project is this? That's the wrong project. There we go. Uninit. I don't love uninit. But maybe we need a different word then instead of init, right? Should we have mount and unmount?
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea.
Okay, other person who said that. I like it. Let's rename this to mount. There we go. Sorry, Maniac. Was this link dead, Modprog? Oh man, I wish I knew why I can't click on things in here. It looks fine to me. Looks good to me. All right, so now we have to change the guide. The thing is, it doesn't have to be a new component, which makes mount make even more sense. I know it's not Temporis. I can see that's you. Clearly. Death is all around us. It's a part of life. Very good. You want to change the background color again, Morpho? We can do that. We could do that again. That would just be exit rude, but then I'll lose my background. Okay, I'll make that a thing. All right, on unmount. Okay, let's get back into this. So there is a mount, but no unmount. Wait, what? Why are you not working? This was working 5 seconds ago. Wrong thing. It was never working. Okay. I think that's fine. All right. Do we have mount and unmount now? We could have pattern state. Yeah, but I think that's too complex to express, Modprog. Even if you give it some kind of, like, type your message like this. Color and pixel coordinate. That would just be insane, right? Oh, I see. Now I see what you're talking about. Now I see what you're talking about. Okay, so if we can do this, we can take buffer and restore buffer. In that case, Dodithaurus, let's try this then. Okay, so on mount, we are going to... We're going to have a drawing here. We're going to have a canvas buffer here. Now, the canvas buffer is not available yet, so we need to go here and pub use canvas buffer. Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
Cool.
Right. Then the canvas buffer can be imported. And when we mount, we're going to get the canvas. And then we're going to say the self.buffer is canvas.takeBuffer. And when we unmount, that's when we do that. And when we mount, we say that the canvas.restore buffer is self.buffer.take. No restore buffer. Didn't I add that to the canvas? Oh, restore take buffer, restore buffer. Grrr. Yeah. Look at that. 0 warnings. 1 pixel a month. It would eventually, if enough people did it, we could get that sweet Shure SM7B, right? Only $430, I think it is. All right. Okay. What we're doing? Demo, restore, buffer. That's just self buffer. Like so. Okay, Dottie, I think we got it now. Sorry, Dr. You can't have that unless they can be expressed in Unicode. But I can rename you to Sandwich if you want. I did that with someone yesterday. I'm not gonna do that. All right, so on tick, let's just add a. What should we do with this thing? Straight up sandwich. Okay, we'll do this. U32. That's U32. So let's set this down to 1 frame a second again. And now, prototype will not work because prototypes are not returned to storage. Oh, if you have it in a prototype, then that will probably not work. But okay, let's see if this can actually work though. So before you break my brain and shatter my dreams, let me do this. So on every tick, we're going to do self.position plus equals 1. And on mount, we're going to set it to 0. That means when we mount this, we always start from 0 and we're going to update the position by 1. Okay. We can try to figure that one out, Doddy. That one is a lot more complicated because we have to store them somewhere, and when we restore those, we have to make sure that we do that in the right order. And there's no, because if you modify it, there's no guarantee that the prototypes will even come back, right? It's a lot to think on, right? So on tick, we're gonna say that this is a canvas. We have our brush, and then we do canvas dot put. What's the order here? Character. That's gonna be our brush. I think that's the style. Reset, and then the position is just gonna be self dot position, self dot position, like so. And you don't want a U32. What about an I32 then? Is that better? Yeah. Okay. So as it ticks, it should draw a diagonal line. And we're going to open up the index. I'm going to change this now to X. It works. It hot reloads and it keeps them. Okay. My theme is breaking your brain. In what sense? It didn't look right, but it was. Can you set the color of a cell in the TUI window, overwrite the background color at an absolute position after the rest was rendered? Yeah, absolutely. It did look like it was off by 1 though. Yeah, it is off by 1. Why is it off by 1 when it's drawing? Oh, I see. I understand now, Store Array. I understand the confusion. All that you see here is just my desktop. This is an actual window on my desktop. That's a window on my desktop. This is me. All right? And that's that. There's no overlays here on this stream. All right? Yeah. It means that I have an actual picture of myself in the bottom right corner on my screen. I can always tell if I have food in my face. Well, if I had a functioning set of eyes, I could, but you know. At all times. Oh yeah, I'm so madly in love with myself that my wife is jealous. She's a body pillow, so you know, who cares? But still. So what would we do with that mod prog? Oh, I do have that. I do have an overlay there, and I do have an overlay for gaming as well. I like this picture. But other than that, yes. I forgot about that. I should shrink it to be aligned with us. Okay, never mind that. So what do we do? What do we do next, right? Yeah, that was generated with ChatGPT. It's the only in like generated thing that we have. That isn't shit. I said, okay, this is from when we played Darkest Dungeon. So I told it to generate a bunny themed Darkest Dungeon thing, and I think it did a pretty damn good job with that. This is very much in the style of Darkest Dungeon, and it's very cool. I really like that picture, but everything else has been a disappointment. Wouldn't that just be distracting? Has anyone redeemed Gamedel? Oh yeah, 2 hours ago. Sorry, Skylar. Did we do Gamedel today? We didn't. This is definitely Sega 1992, 93, I want to say. It's not Space Jam, is it? No, I think not. There's no Space Jam either. What could this be? Is there like a Backstreet Basket kind of thing? It's not that. I don't know this game. I can only tell what year it's from-ish. NBA something. Well, I think it's if it's NBA, it's the maybe that's what it's called, like NBA Street. Good call. That's the one, right? 2001. Come on, that is off by a decade. Wow. Yeah, it's NBA Street. This is too small for me to even see what it is. This is probably some kind of Fortnite or some stuff that I don't understand because I'm old. This means nothing to me. I have no idea what this is. What is this? A game art cover? Fragpunk. Yeah. See, I'm too old to know a game from this decade. Fortnite Lego. I don't know much about that. Ekton plays a bit of Fortnite, but I think that we should make the world's first Ballatroidvania, right? We can do it if we put your mind to it. Okay, so this is now working with the mount and unmount. I don't know why it's drawing in the wrong place. Why is this thing not 1? When we mount it, we set it to 0. And then we draw the character. So when we get here, self position should be 0. And it is. That should be 0, 0. And it is. Why is that not right? Is the brush empty? No. Yeah, I figured that's what you meant. No. Everything happens afterwards, right? So let's make sure that I'm not about to tell a fib here. So first we cycle. Yeah, that's the first thing we do now. Then we initialize new components. Then we tick the components. So no, it shouldn't be, right? Why is it not drawing the first character? Let's say that the brush is just the letter X. Keeping it simple here. It doesn't draw this one, and I have no idea why. I tried to figure out why this is not drawing the first character. Okay, let's try to do this with a different style of events, right? Let's go here. Let's do a mouse event instead of one tick, right? So we got the brush. And we can get rid of you and you. And we're going to get the position now. Canvas to local. Maybe. All right, let's look at the documentation. Translate. So we're going to translate the global position to a local position, and then we're going to draw that. Now we have to run this outside. So now it should have been drawing because I haven't enabled the mouse. All right, dumbass. So we enable the mouse, and let's only do this if mouse dot is left down. Is that a thing? If it's not, then we return. So we should only draw if we press the left mouse button, right? That does not seem to work. All right. Of course, we run this as 1 FPS, right? I was like, wow, that's really shit, but okay. All right. Hi, you. Okay. Now let's go and reset this thing. Let's get a terminal window. Just float this one. So let's go to demo. You don't even see that happening. It's resetting it. That's good. That is really good. All right, I'm happy you had issues with this, Doddy, because I think this was a good thing to do. Oh, Doddy, you are probably no, you're not right. See, it's drawing to local position, right? So 0, 0 should be the top left, right? Oh, I don't care what people say when what they say is not relevant to me, right? I only care about the relevant things people say. Easy. Okay, let's make a... What should we do next then? Add a command to clear the canvas. Why don't we add a button to clear the canvas, right? Should we make a button component? All right, let's go to extras. And we have the input. Let's make a new one. Source button.rs. And let's go to librs here. I don't think we need more than that. I don't even know if we need a button state for this. I think the button state might just be a big or nothing, right? All this is gonna do is react to events, right? On key. We need on key. We probably should have like an on focus as well. And on blur. And should we have a mouse as well, right? I think we do. We'll deal with both of these, right? And that's it, yeah. I don't want to do a draw a circle thing. That makes me think. I don't want to think. This is brain dead and easy work instead. If key, we have to match on the key. No, why can't you match on the bloody key? Do we not have key event there? Yeah, we do. Oh, key event.code. Oh, silly me. Silly me. If, all right, we're going to do this. Let key code enter equals key.code else return. Yasta. No? Damn. You need to have state for that to work. And you need default as well. You can't have state because there's nothing there. Conflicting. Oh, wait, what? Oh shit. There was a line above it. We'll add some buttons first. Let's see if we can make this a thing, right? So if we do this, then here we're going to do context.publish click. And we're not sending anything with it, right? And we're going to do the same thing here, but this is for the mouse. So let's say that we have a position, which is mouse.position. And then we're going to say children node elements by tag border. No. By attribute button true first. And not only that, we're going to do at position. And then we publish it. So if you click on the button, whatever has the button attribute, that's when we issue another click, right? That could work. And on focus, we should... This is why I'm unsure how we're going to do this one. Let's come back to the focus things though, right? Let's make a new template. No. Apparently not. Button.aml. And then we have a border, which is going to have an attribute button true. So we don't do this based on a border. So if someone wants to change the template, they just have to say, this is the button, right? Text will be attributes.label or missing label. Oh, beauty. I love that we can do that. Ooh. Okay, so now we have a button. So let's go and look at the input where we load the... There we go, right? We're going to have this for the button. I'm going to use the button as a namespace here. Cute as a button. Okay. And we're going to have on press. We'll have the focus and blur as well. We don't have a change. So we have button press, button focus, and button blur. So we can just emit those events then, shall we? So this becomes on press. And this one too. And on focus, we'll emit focus and blur. and nothing else. Okay. Is that all we need to make a button now? So we have a input here. Let's add a button. That's going to be button template. Button new. We should probably not have anything. We could just do default here. Isn't that nicer? And then that's going to be button template. No template. No, we need to have a function called template here. So pub function template. It's going to return a source, template source. Maybe. Doesn't seem like the right name. Source kind. And then that's going to be to template. How are they different? Huh? Didn't I import that? I did not. Okay. Is this template magic document? Which part? It might be some missing documentation, or it might be mentioned somewhere else. Okay, so now we have a button. Nice one, Tim Pors. You could have your name in the Anathema contributor list as well if you wanted to. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so what are we missing now? We need to add the button, right, to this. So let's open up our drawing. It's not going to be in the drawing. Let's put it in the index. So let's put a horizontal stack here inside a vertical stack. We have the drawing here. We're going to expand all this. And you said you had issues with that and spaces. So let's see if that works. So we have a button here where on press goes to clear. We have a label that says clear. No, no, we don't. All right, there we go. Okay. But this one, you can't see anything happening, right? So we should probably allow for highlighting the button when you press it. Well, I never know. You probably know though, right? Right. That should be mount. That's what we want. We don't need that anymore. We should probably mention the extras in the documentation. So should that have a separate documentation, or should it be mentioned in the guide? Things like inputs and buttons, right? Let's make the button behave when you press it down. So we're going to say that the text has a background of reset, but it's not going to be a reset. It's going to have a background of attributes.bg. Oh, that sucks, Skylar. Well, let's not do it on attributes. Let's do it on state instead. Okay, so now we do have button state, and that makes sense. So we're going to have a background. There will be a value color. Yeah. You scared of your teacher? No, it makes sense. We actually talked about this on our walk yesterday. The way teachers were in my time, back in the Middle Ages, and the way teachers are today. It's a big difference, for better or for worse. It's very frightening. Teachers don't want to be frightening, Skylar. You should tell him that you find him frightening, and maybe he'll ease up. No one really wants to be frightening unless they have like small and pathetic egos, right? Is it because he yells at you in German? Because that scares most of us, okay? Well, we had a teacher that had like one of those long metal rulers. It was a meter long, and the class wasn't quiet. They were all chattering. So he smacked it in the desk, right, in the table, or on his desk, and he smacked it so hard that it bent into an L. And I remember how dead quiet it got. Because he had enough, right? And I understand him, but he had enough, right? So what happens here is when we have a mouse down, if the mouse dot left down, then we're gonna publish that. And when it's up, we're gonna reset the style, right? So we can now do attributes dot set background to this isn't great, is it? Can we do color inverse? Is that a thing? No, I just made that up. No, invert is not. That's an attribute, right? All right, in that case, we can do is it invert or inverse? Let's go to the root of elements. It's not showing up. What about here? No. Where can we see this? I thought the styles were here. Is it inverse or reverse? There's an undocumented style. Wow. All right, let's do this. Let's just run it and try it out. So cargo run. Oh, beans. Oh yeah, I was right in the middle of breaking that. So let's run this. Let's go to the index. Let's put a text here. And let's say that the inverse is true. Okay, so inverse is what we want to do for the button. Oh, that's a bug. That's a bug with... Okay, we found an actual bug to fix today. That's nice. It's quite a violent bug as well. It's all bucking and screaming. Try. Okay, so now if you press the mouse button down, it should invert it and up. Yeah? But should this happen maybe not on the border, but on the text instead? I don't know this to be sure. But I think we'll leave it like this because it's now working to press it. All right, we got a button. What do I want here, right? Who knows? We're gonna fix that bug. I know modprog did, but maybe that's not what you're asking. So we're gonna look for a clear event now in our main, and that's gonna be in the drawing component on a message where the not a message, it's a user event, right? On event. Maybe we can have multiple ones, right? And if the event name is what? We're gonna check the template now to see what we name this. Clear. Whoops. No, return, please. Ooh, fair enough. Only features. Wouldn't that be the nicest thing ever? We passed the 2-hour mark, so I have to make some tea, but how do we clear this? We do it by clearing our buffers. South.buffer.clear. Is that a thing? No. Maybe there should be a clear in the buffer. We don't need our buffer. We can just grab the canvas. Is there a clear there, maybe? There should definitely be a clear on the canvas. Okay. There's a put, there's a remove, there's a drain. What if we have... Oh, that's not public either. Oh, that's the canvas buffer, you mongrel. Erase. Okay, that's just erasing one position, right? And we'll add a clear function to the buffer. That's going to be public. It's going to take a mutable reference to self, not an MTU. And it returns nothing. And all we do is just iterate over everything mutably. I guess we could just call new on self. That will be just as fast. So clear is effectively doing that. Like that. Okay. Hi. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. All right, so that did not work. Panic then. If in doubt, panic it out. No, panic's not triggering. So I thought I mapped that to clear. Oh, I did that on the index, didn't I? I mapped it to clear here, not on the drawing. Okay. Then we need an index too, you know. Forget you, complex, whatever you are. Meow. Pub struct index. Component implementation for index. And then here on this here event, in the year of our Lord. This should work. We just moved the event, but the tree looks the same. Beep, boop, 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 boop. It doesn't work. Whoops, wrong button. Why don't you work? No. No, you do not. Is it an issue with the button, maybe? On mouse. Published on press. All right, let's panic here. Now it should end just by moving the mouse over, and it did. All right, if the mouse button is down, it should panic too. Oop, it does. Okay, so this is actually working. Am I just using the wrong thing? On press there and on press there goes to clear. That is right. Oh. You silly fool. You so silly, yes you are. You are a naturally silly fool. There you go. Now we can clear. All right. Let's do that again. Boop, boop, doop. Is it inverting the whole? Oh, you can press and hold and move the mouse out. Ooh, okay. Yeah, that's part of the bug. I mean, it looks nice. It's like a black light. So what is happening is that there are values there that shouldn't be there. So we're going to have to figure that one out. I don't think that's going to be a hard bug to solve though, but crack. Okay. So the issue is if we press down and move out and let go, it doesn't, whoops, it doesn't stop the event, right? So what we need to do, in the button, that's default widgets, not extras. In the button, if the mouse is up, we need to inverse either way and return. That's okay. Wait, what are you griping about? What is this? Extras? Oh yeah, we do need to do this. And that. And that. Okay. Wait, what are you griping about? Okay, that was a temporary, let's pretend that was an issue thing, right? So now, boop, that works. Boop. But does it clear when we do mouse up? It does. That it shouldn't. Stop trying to do that. It should not do that. What's the mouse up thing here? I wanna go and fix that bug because it's rubbish. Oh yeah. And on it doesn't publish that. Why are you griping at me? Cargo clean, please. So left up only sets that inverse and then returns. Okay, otherwise we're going to do this and publish on press. If it's down, but it's not down. We shouldn't publish on press. All right, that should never happen. Well, yeah, it should happen because we do this. Okay, so we need to fix that because that is not how you want a button to behave. No, so pressed or down is a bool. It's going to start off as false. And here, if we do one of these things, then we're going to say south and down is true. And then if the mouse button is up, we're going to say that's false. And we're going to publish this here, but only if we are in the position of this. We could do a secondary query if self is down. But only in here. We need the mouse position for this. There we go. Shows what you know. How you doing, buddy? Okay, now. But it shouldn't clear. Why is it clearing? It should only publish this. Oh. There we go. That's why. Right. So, blah, blah. Okay. Now it works. Yeah, there you go. All right. Okay. That gives us actual buttons. But this bug has to be fixed. So this thing is inverting something that has been removed. And the way things are removed is apparently not the... What happened here? Main 49. So the oh yeah, here. Let's do... Oh, I wish we had try blocks so I didn't have to deal with this crap. Let's say that badges. We don't care about badges. Why do I care about badges anyway, right? And then here there will be some message. Esther map to string else continue. There we go. Yes, we know. A bunny bot. That's going to be in the back end, in the TUI back end. And that is probably... That gives me an idea. Hang on. No, message. And then we put the sender in there. Okay, there we go. So now it should be able to react to anyone saying that. All right. It's his own. Oh, that's funny. It's reacting to itself. What a stupid thing. Okay, config. No config. Damn. Keep it. I don't know. Should I keep it? It kind of makes no sense. It makes no sense. We can no. I'll take it out. We'll do something, but not that. There you go, RJ. It's there. We should make it swap though, right? So we can have we had a function like no that's gonna take in a sender and it's gonna return a string. Do we have rand in here? Rand dot. I don't know if we have rand in here. Yeah, we do. Okay. Is it thread or is it just RNG now? I think they've changed it to that, and then we do gen range. Let's return an option here. Whoops. So we clear it up in there instead. Range. Is it range then? All right, I have to look up the rand crate. Oh, crate. Docs are as rand is obviously what we want. There we go. Show me. I thought we had like a next range. Gen range. What did I write then? Oh, it's a random range now. Okay. Let's do a random range. We might have to bring in some RNG stuff for that. There we go. So here could be that. And then that would be a reply. And then some reply. And then here we're just going to say send I am here. I know sender. There we go. Continue. Wow. This is what I'm doing instead of fixing bugs, by the way. Oops. There we go. Okay. Bunnybot, you are here. Yes, you are. Okay. And then we can just leave that one for now. And let's go. should we build a bunch of replies to these things? No, I don't think so. Okay, so when we clear, we are obviously not resetting the inverse. So let's find the clips clear. Erase region, reset cell. I think style reset is not doing the right thing here. I think not inverse isn't used correctly. So what do we write when we clear then? Oh, this is not as simple as I would have thought. Nice. Okay, maybe the bunny bot should have had a color as well. But maybe we focus on doing what matters here and fix the bug. But before we do that, what have I done here that needs changing? All right, so the test is obviously going to be wrong. No, it isn't. Okay, we need to make a test for unmounting this thing, I think. So let's change you to be 0, 1, and 2. Well, if we do that, then we're never gonna see that because that will happen before we can do anything. So that's kind of pointless. We need access to the component storage to test this out, but we'll come back to that. You can, Moran, but Bunnybot is not doing a lot. But if he said that the estimate needs to be larger, then he should have updated the estimate, right? But so you estimated a task, another dev took the task, right? Then they should have probably updated the estimate, right? I wouldn't be happy with someone estimating how long it would take for me to do something, right? That doesn't make any sense. So it is definitely their own fault for not changing the estimate, right? It's always someone else's fault. Okay, so let's have a look at what it's like if we render a reset style then. So attributes empty should probably not be what they are. So it should be reset attributes. And then here, that should be attribute. Why is the no not reversed? Not inverse. Did I write this stuff? Inverse should probably be reversed, shouldn't it? All right, whatever. Inverse. And where do we call that? Let's see if this, let's just try this. Break and break. Oh, wow, that's, oh no, hang on, that works. And then it didn't work. Why is it so janky? Oh, is it if I hold it down and I move it? No. Ugh, what is that? Okay, so that fixes that bug, but I think there's a bug with italics as well. So we're just gonna assume that and add that in here. Say not italic. Underline crossed out, overline inversed. Yeah. I think that subsequently fixes another bug with hot reload. As a matter of fact, we can probably see this bug if we use italics here. So we run this, go to our index, and we're gonna say text hi there. Okay. Italic true. And it's still italic, right? Not to be confused with Italians. No one did that. Now, will it still be knackered if we do this? Yes, it is. It is still broken. Why are you broken? We can't draw now because we don't have mouse in there. What? Okay, so there are two bugs. Well, there are 4 lights. Why is not italic not working? If it contains not italic, then do that. Okay, so that's not it. As in it's already dealt with there. Thank you, Maniac. Enjoy your discording, which I, for some reason, assume you're doing. What's with the italic business then? And inversed should be not reversed, and inverse should be reverse. Okay, so let's rename you to not reversed. and that to reverse. Ugh, gross. Eee. There we go. That is a good question. You could ask, why did you wait until the end of the retrospective to bring this up then? You foolish fool! And then you headbutt him. Violence is not the answer. And, okay. Here's a bug, and so someone is to blame but me. Dim and bold are special case as they are both reset to normal intensity. This means the resets have before setting bold and dim. Okay. And what about the reset thing then? What about the attribute reset? Right style. Why did the inverse work but not the italic thing? So if it contains not italic, then set it to no italic. Buddy, what are you doing? That should be set reverse. D. Ah, it's there too. They look the same. Why does that not work? Okay, what about the underline thing? Does that make a mess? Underline true. Yeah, underline is also buggered. So italic and underline are broken. Except inverse. That should probably be reverse, right? No, we should call it inverse there because it's gonna inverse the colors, not reverse the color. I don't know. Shit, who cares? It's called reverse everywhere else, but I think we'll leave it at this for now. But more importantly, why is this so stupid? Right? If we have true bool, true italic, then set it to italic, otherwise set it to normal. If get false, right, so where are we using the boldy horn then? So it's not about the reset one. Let's have a look. Let's eat a roast. All right, there's a lot of colors here. Hmm. Okay. Not sure what 1, 2, 3 means here, but I'm guessing that's testing something. All right. This is fine. Okay. So far, so good. Okay, debug. Logger. Why is the macro in between the logger implementation and the logger definition? Right? It's not a it's not a real issue. It's just I would just move that either up there or after. Right? And what's the last log? It's a cell option instant. Yeah. And what does the self.log do? It writes the string slice. It is public. I don't personally like it when it's written like this. I would have preferred this to be a match statement, so just match last log get instead. But that's okay. That is like this, right? Now, you don't actually have to do it like this even. If you wanted to go one step further with this, you could have written this something more akin to let Microsoft diff is south.last. You know what? We can't. No, I would just, since you have actual things happening there, I would just match on this instead. And that can be equal to the match. I would rather have it look like this. But that is a personal preference. Here, we could map this to, so it's going to be the last. So it's going to be... not that it matters. It just means that we can get rid of that. Oh, hang on. You're going to do elapsed from now. Wait, why do we take time now? You could just say last dot elapsed, right? Just do that instead. This doesn't make any sense, right? So when you store the last on the log, where is the last thing here? Yeah, you store an instant. Okay, yeah, just call instant.elapsed. That will tell you how long since the last log. You don't need any of that, okay? You can get rid of that and you just do elapsed is last.elapsed, right? As millis, right? Then you can just do last.elapsed as millis. Wow, right? Okay. Here, I would just move these messages in there. Again, this is not really roasting anything. This is more, this is so far is just me expressing my personal preferences. I think this is better. But again, like I said, these are personal preferences more than anything. The same thing here, just add extension there. To closure. Okay. Interesting idea. Not sure what you're doing with it, but I like it. If it starts with that and it doesn't end with an asterisk, then and filter 1 is the raw label, then return false. If it starts with a minus, like that, return false. Yeah. If the filter or filter ends with so this thing, I probably would have gone all out and made an actual filter for this. So for this, let's get rid of you, and let's get rid of you. And so we're looking at the raw label is equal to the filter. So we would just filter this where the raw label is equal to filter. So then we don't need this part. We can just have that part. But then we can continue the filter. Because that's literally what this does, right? And the filter ends with... We could use a character there. We wouldn't have to use a string if we don't want to. So then we got rid of this thing. And then this becomes... Wait, there's a slew of brackets in here somewhere that I got lost in. Let me grab this again. I fumbled the brackets here. No. Come on, man. There we go. So that's the first filter. Now the secondary filter is if it ends with this and that, or the filter is that. Okay, so there are two because there's an or here. Ah, right. Okay. In that case, we could raw label. Then we could write a filter here with a raw label. And I don't know what the filter is. It's probably some kind of string thing. And that returns a bool. So if this thing is true, if the raw filter is equal to the filter, we don't need that anymore, then return true. Then we can get rid of this and this. If the filter is equal to an asterisk, then we can also... So if filter is that, then we return true. So this is more legible to me. And then we have the last one, which says if the filter ends with an asterisk, and again, I would do that for no reason whatsoever, and the raw label starts with... Okay, so starts with... It's going to be equal to this. This is just a filter. We don't need a 0 there. This is just the filter minus the last one, right? Then this is also true. And everything else is false, right? So even though this is longer, and then when we get here, we would just do iter, forget that, iter filter f called filter with self.raw label and f. But we're just going to return true if there is any of these things. So really what we're looking for is if self.filter$.any. This is what we're looking for. Then return true. That is what I will condense it, right? Longer but more eligible. Yes, eligible. It's an eligible bachelor. It's longer but it's more legible, right? I got that's again personal preference. I got trapped. I got lost in the brackets. Right, that's not the whole function, sorry. That's the whole function. I got lost inside these brackets, right? Where this bracket was and where the bracket ended. Here is a lot clearer what the rules are. So the filter is everything, right? It's the clean star. The label is the same as the filter. And here we're really saying that the filter ends with a star. So the label is actually the same as the filter -1. So really, we could just do this. Oh, but the filter has to end with an answer. Yeah, okay, it doesn't matter, right? But that's it, right? Yeah, wildcard. Yep, totes. So if the last character is that and they are otherwise equal. No, you're saying if the label starts with, it's not equal. So that would have been wrong. All right. We could have done this, right? And the raw label. So we can do this, okay? Filter.len -1. No, this is fine. Don't mess with this. This is good. All right. Then really what you're looking for is you're looking for an any here instead of iterating through all of these, even though you do an early return here. But really what we're saying here is that given that we plug in our filter here, and if any of these matches, then we're going to return true, right? Otherwise, we're going to return false down here. So that makes sense. Your test is really useful. Did someone forget to delete the default test? This is fine. So it's some kind of logger. It makes sense. There's not a lot that I would say has to change here. Why are we casting this as a U64 and then to a U size though? Why not just do hasher finish as a U size instead? Then you can get rid of that and that. All right. You're realistically not going to run this on a 32-bit machine, I'd imagine anyway. But of course, then it would be wrong if you did. If you did run this on a 64 on a 32-bit machine or other architecture with a smaller U size. This is fine. There's nothing inherently confusing or bad or anything about that, right? I think it's a perfectly good bit of code there, right? Nice. Yeah, you would have different mechanics available to you in Rust, different functionality. I'm not sure why I said mechanics. So I understand that like you would just copy this straight up. That makes sense. I did, Skylar. I answered you in our enterprise chat. Right? You gotta look inside the enterprise chat. To have access to the enterprise chat, it is a $340 a month subscription. If you cancel it within 10 years, you have to pay a cancellation fee of $250,000. If you're located outside of my imagination, you also have to pay an additional conversion fee of £10,000. Right? Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't have had so much enterprise code for me to review, Skylar, right? Like real enterprise stuff. Welcome to Adobe. Okay. Resetting the attributes does not seem to do what I thought they would do. So we're gonna try one more thingling over here. When we do the thing, where is the thing? When we do the thing here, we're gonna reset. So that should be reset instead. But you can't call reset. There's no such thing as attributes reset. There's an attributes new or empty. Part of bit flags. Bit flags. But we can do. How do we do like a reset? Is that a thing? No, there's no reset there. Okay. Reset attributes. There we go. All right. No, that's an instance. Okay, let's see if this works. Why aren't you working? Okay, what? Oh, it's const. Oh, you filthstick. Can we do this then for our attributes here? It's a little bit noisy, but it will keep it const. No. No. Not possible. All right, we'll do some dumbassery here now. Don't judge me. Goodbye, const function. Bye. Never loved you anyway. Okay, now underline isn't working. Ugh. You can do an onion. Should we make some tea then? It's been 3 hours and this bug hasn't solved itself. Where is this used? Here. When it's empty, we reset that. So I'm guessing that it's not empty then. I should, Kitty. I should make tea and we should enjoy the tea. All of us must obey the pyramid. All right. Brrr. How come the ball thing is disappearing? Okay. One, I don't know why I've been wearing headphones for the last 3 hours. I haven't been listening to music. Two, I'm gonna make some tea. Ew. Get out of there. Come on, buddy. Come on. Go. Whew. All right. Save your ass. All right. I'm gonna go make some tea and I'll be back in a minute. All right. Whew, tea is coming up. Coming up. The tea is coming up. All right, maybe I shouldn't be working on this bug fix now. I mean, I should, but before I've committed the other stuff. So let's go headers, get diff. Okay, that's just renaming things that aren't public. Canvas has a clear function, so let's add that. Canvas has a clear function. Add to docs. Rename that. Why is it a 32 by 32 anything? All right, it's got to have a size, I suppose. As a test. Exposing the buffer. Removing a toodles. Cleanup. Okay, call drop should probably be call unmount. Oh. That was runtime. Runtime is fun time. Surreptitiously falling off a horse, I say. There's nothing here that should have changed. Otherwise, these things aren't public. Anyway, well, that one is not going to be used by anyone yet. That's just a little bit of wording. That's a bit of renaming. And that's a bit of tea being dunning. I'm going to add a bunch of really dumb things off stream to the bunny bot so no one knows what's going on. But chicken butts. Let's blah, 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 blah. Right, let's cargo test all. Ooh, Nelly. All right, well, let's go to the guide, canvas, functions, methods, sorry. Boop. And boop. Right, so test in events 12. You want a bull, do you? Well, I guess you could be a bull. Could be a bull. Or not. You know what we could do? We could expect this to panic, couldn't we? Here, if the state is 1, then we're going to panic. Test passed. Wait a second. You are insane. This makes no sense. It will make sense. I will tell you that it will make sense, and it will make sense. Well, but how? Well, see, with Rust, you can expect a test to fail. With should panic. And we have an expected thing in here as well. It's not just should panic, but also should panic expected, right? So we'll say, okay, that it should panic with expected being test passed. Yeah. Now this test won't panic, so it will not fail and subsequently pass. So we have to trigger a hot reload on this thing somehow. Let's run this instead with some backend frame. Eep. Right, so frame.tick backend, yes. But really, stop. Yes, okay. All right then. So we're gonna tick, and then we're gonna force this to hot reload. And how can we do that? We could maybe force the rebuild. How do we do that then? See, this is all done by the watcher, but we can't do this by the watcher. Set watcher. Okay, something is forcing this thing to reload. So here we go. If it changes, then rebuild is set to true, and that's what we want to do. But do we really want to make rebuild public? We could, on the frame, where are you, Framey? Where are you, Framey? It's not, but it will be on GitHub. I promise. You promised the same thing 3 years ago before you started this project. Yeah, but this time we can put this on Discord. We can put it on Discord now. Where's the run? Where's the frame? Okay, let's add a pub function force rebuild. Whoops. Rebuild.set to true ordering relaxed. I don't think that's how you do it. Atomic Bull. Hello, Celestial. How you doing? Why am I not just looking at that? Store. It's called store, not set. Store. Okay, there we go. You've claimed 15% of all the open pull requests in the world. That's a lot. You must be tired. Grab a chair. Sit down. Maybe a bean bag. Do you guys have a bean bag? I have a bean bag. Bean bag is good bag. Tests in an event. Okay, so frame tick. And then frame tick again. But force reload. There you go, Epic. What else do you need? Ugh. Eep. Shouldn't this tick then? What's a bean bag? A bean bag for sitting in looks a little bit like this. That's a bean bag. My bean bag is not that big. Oh my god. You can fit a lot of people in this bean bag. Now all I need is some random children. That didn't come out right. Neither did the random children. That's a massive beanbag. That thing's gonna be hundreds of pounds. I doubt that's cheap. I have something like this. Or that. But not with a corduroy shape. Buy that one, the big one. Man, should we see how much this is? Right? I'm not gonna buy it. The wife would just headbutt me if I did. That would be quite funny though if she did. I mean, not really. It would be a bit painful. $65? Nah, that can't be right. Oh, it's covers. It's not actual beanbag. It's the cover for a beanbag. How to sit in a beanbag. First of all, there are many ways to sit in a beanbag, so that comment is dumb, right? A ball pit? Don't you have a ball pit? Sorry, I don't know where you are in life, but it does not sound like you reached the peak of success. Okay? Dude doesn't even have his own ball pit. I mean, come on, man. How do you make friends? Your personality? Whew. All right, anyway. What happened? Damn right you should. Okay. Oh, I bet it would be a great success with my child if I had a ball bag. A ball bag? A ball pit? If you have a ball bag, meaning a bag full of footballs or basketballs, then you can go and play with your ball bag. Oh my god. Only native English speakers that are not Americans will get that. In America, you don't call it a ball bag, do you? You call it something else. All right, how many people did clip that? Goodbye sponsor segment come Monday. Like, yeah, it turned out you were quite an unsavory person. You were talking about your ball bag on stream. Exactly, right. Whew, nice save. But why is this not working? We're doing this, which would be the same as the iNotify would do. Rebuild is being set to true. Oh, but this is only happening... No, with frame. Oh, it's in the run function. Ah, right. Maybe this should move then to not be here. Oh, damn it. I was like, oh, something fun happens over here. No, no, it isn't. Oh, well, I guess it's over now. Oh, man, I wonder where Lempi went, right? Lempi stopped streaming. She was streaming, and like she was one of those really good programmers, right? That knew so much about so much. I remember I was doing something and something with OpenGL, I think, and like 1,000 people tried to backseat, and like half of them were wrong. A third of them were just making shit up. They weren't even in the same reality as the rest of us. And then in the end, I was like, Lempi, you actually know what you're talking about. What should I do here? And they just gave me a straight answer that worked. I was like, no bullshit. All right. Humans are degens, man. Degen AI. Was one of those backseaters? No, I don't think so. You've been pretty decent when it comes to providing information that isn't completely nonsensical, right? And I get that people mean well. I was watching a streamer yesterday and he's playing something, and then he looks over at the chat and then he just goes, can't you guys just let me play the game? And I was just wondering what's happening in the chat, because I don't have chat on when I watch streams, right? And I felt so, I was like, you got my sympathy, man. But there you go. I did Celestial. It was so good. It never failed. And then the entire game industry was about to go bankrupt because they survived on bugs in OpenGL. So they paid me a lump sum of £12 to not release the code. But I did it. I did it for free. I threw the code away just because I felt like it was my humanitarian duty. Right. I will always give you false information unless that's the only false information you just gave me and everything else won't be. All right, so we need the rebuild thing to actually work. We can do this, right? Wait, where is this run function coming from? Is this on a frame? It's in the runtime. Can we move this into the frame itself? Like here? And then we get rid of the force rebuild thing. And then we return a result. No, shit on you. I mean, don't, but... Ugh, no backend for you. We have to call back and clear afterwards. So force rebuild. No, cringe. Oh, this needs to take ownership of this? Oh, boo. Crikey. So, Is this gonna break a lot of things now? Mm-hmm. Let's see if we broke rebuild by just running this then. Mm-hmm. We did not. As a matter of fact, we made it better. I mean, I don't know if we did make it better. Just saying that. I just made that up. Because I'm a little bit different. Oh, tested. So good. Right, cargo nightly format, cargo clippy workspace, blah blah blah, cargo test all. Whoopsie, there was a warning. What is this warning up here? Unused result in test and mount. Okay. Unwrap, thank you. Yeah. We can commit this one. And what did I just do here? Mount, unmount, component. I think that's what we're doing here anyway. Okay. More tests. More testes with the ball bags. What? Get out of here, you loon. All right, I'm going to close this for now. Closing this for now, as it might not be relevant anymore. If you feel like this is still relevant, just open it up or catch me on Discord. Yeah. Close with comment. Okay. We're not going to merge this with mine because I probably broke things, even though I just checked. Yep. I just checked everything. Oh, linting. Didn't I run cargo nightly, whatever, 100,000 times? Oh, and it's in one of those gross tests as well, right? Yep, that's dumb. Okay. Oh, tea is so good. It's just the best. I remember, and that's why tea is the best. Now we should make a new branch, assuming this thing doesn't fail. But I can tell from its yellow spinny nature that this urine cake is not gonna fail. So we need to get switch -c bug fix no attribute style. Yeah. Come on, hurry up and big green. You listen. You're not at all like my child. Switch to bug fix style. Already on bug fix time. Well, aren't we lucky? Status should be spelled like that. Back end. My back end. Stop force pushing. No, I can force push. It's not a problem, force pushing. You should only avoid force pushing if you are not willing to clean up your mess, which I'm not, or you are working with other people. But right now, there is no one working on anything but me, so force pushing is fine. I should stop force pushing to dev, but that's a different story. Need a testing framework named Testis. That's part of a suite of tools called Ball Bag. Why did you write Ball Bag as 2 words? That it's just discipline and copious amount of crack. Anyone can do it. Now I'm gonna put on some music because I feel like my life is a little bit more meaningful if I got sound going on. Around swans. Okay, let's figure this out. Bruce is by Fox Stevenson. Yes. Because I got bruises doing something stupid. Okay, so why is this thing not failing? And then it goes into some kind of weird thing that I don't love. But other than that, it's all right. It's a bit different from what I normally listen to. Hello, Dad. How you doing? I just skipped the Bolivar thing. Hello, other dad. How you doing? Hello, Lon Dad. Doing something stupid. Can't you see the fun in that, right? There you go, Bolivar. Yeah, this is probably like, maybe we should do like a playlist exchange on Discord. We could have like one of those draw a playlist out of a hat thing where people just put like 5 songs they like in a playlist. I wonder what this person's native language is, because the way they pronounce Czech. It's like a soft shack. Planning ahead. I'm so done thinking through it. Okay. So what do we do when we rebuild? Let's follow that. We just looked at this, right? So we can probably go to the runtime, find the frame. I should probably move the frame into its own thing, right? So force rebuild. Back and clear. Okay. That's going to call screen erase. Erase regions, going to erase the entire self. Reset cell. Okay, so this is setting the cell to be an empty cell. The problem with doing that is that it's wrong. So this should also reset attributes, right? You gotta start early, Bolvar. I don't know the reference. It can't be this simple. If it is, I'm gonna just quit. Okay. Let's see what we broke. Yeah, okay, this isn't working at all. I don't know what chowder is. I mean, I know you can eat it, but I'm guessing that's not what you meant. Okay, so the reset thing is breaking. How? Is a kids show on Cartoon Network? I see. I don't think my kid has watched that even, so I wouldn't know. I watched a lot of kids shows, right? I thought Adventure Time was great, and I thought Gravity Falls was fantastic. I had a great time watching that with the kid. But I have not seen a lot of Cartoon Network stuff. Okay, so why is this not working? Okay, maybe this is what we need. When we clear, we actually need to reset. I wonder if that's fixing the problem or moving it somewhere else. It's like the italic thing doesn't work if we reset the attributes, though. That's a little bit concerning. Why does bold work but not italic? Right? Why do you work? No, that's Italians, right? That's different. Yeah, so we don't want clear to reset the style, maybe. There's gotta be something else in here. All right, I need some other playlist. All right, this isn't great, but it'll do. Screen erase. I don't know. Thank you, Celestial. It's been working out. I'll show you something cool, right? We can tweak this in real time, right? Wait, that's not, there's no, oh, there we go, right? You don't have a, there's no room for you to have a badge. We have to make this a bit bigger for you to have a badge, right? We can turn on and off badges while it's running. Let's just copy this. Can I just please copy? Oh, don't make everything a fucking link with you. There you go. There you go. You can be Enrico guy. How do you feel about that, Enrico? Enrico pal. What am I working on? I'm working on this library that makes rendering this thing so basic and easy that we can do this live while the program is running, right? Well, I don't want to misrepresent anyone, so you're gonna go back to being Enrico, or we just take this out. Okay, so this is setting the cell to empty, and calling reset attributes is doing something stupid. Oh man. It's like this, right? Think of a string as a vector and a string slice as a slice, right? So, well, nice one, right? Come on, man. There we go, right? So a string has a pointer to some memory location, right? And it has a length and it has a capacity. That means that a string a string can actually grow in size. If you have 4 characters in a string and you add 3, you now have 7 characters in the same string, right? Like you can grow it and relocate it, right? A string slice, on the other hand, only has the pointer and a length, right? So it's a lot, you lose a third of the size from a string, right? So a string slice is a pointer to some region in memory and a length. And you don't even know where this is in memory. It could be a static string slice built into the binary, right? Or it could be a deref from a string, right? This could become a slice if you wanted to, right? Or stir, right? So a string slice is really, if you think about them, do I need to own it? Do I need to manipulate it? Should it be able to grow? Then use a string. Do I just need to look at the data? Then use a string slice. It's very simple when you think about it like that, right? I haven't seen Runtime Tantrum in a while though, right? Exactly, right? Um, there's a lot of things you can do with a string slice as well, right? But um, anything you can do with a string slice, you can do with a string. If we go and look at the documentation for this, there's two things that happens in the left-hand column here, right? First, we have all the methods that you can do with a string. And if we keep going down, we got all the methods that we inherit from deref stir, right? So these are all the things you can do on a string slice, right? So whatever you can do with a string, you can do with a string slice. But, whatever you can do with a string slice, you can do with a string. But whatever you can do with a string, you can't necessarily do with a string slice. If you think about this, since the string slice is a pointer to a location in memory and a length, and that length is in bytes, if you were to mutate a string slice and insert a character that is no longer 1 byte but 4 byte, let's say we go from the letter A to the bunny, right? There would be undefined behavior, right? So mutating a string slice, even if you just want to swap a byte around, can still lead to undefined behavior, right? The Rust docs are really good, and there are a couple of things to pick up on when you read them, and that is to look in the left-hand side for the deref section. You will find the same thing if you look at something like a vector, right? You'll find that a vector has a deref into a slice. Again, a vector and a string are so very related, right? The only difference is the string guarantee UTF-8. So a mutable slice is perfectly fine to change, whereas a mutable string size is very sketchy to change because you can break the UTF-8 string underneath, right? So yeah, deref, very good to look at. What you can also do when you're looking at things, if you're looking for something specific, right? Let's say we want to know something about the UDP socket, right? Or TCP socket. And you want to do something that is specific to Linux, maybe. Or you want to know whether there's a file descriptor under the hood or whatever. You can click on the source and you can actually start browsing the source from here into the standard library and see things that aren't necessarily documented. You can find private functions and these might be useful for other reasons. Now, I'm not finding any private functions here. Maybe all functions in the standard library are public. And that's a weird thing, but see, there's a trait implementation. Well, actually, if we go and look at a string slice and look what it means to have a mutable string slice to get to the underlying bytes, that is an unsafe function. So you can't do this without that, right? So it's pretty good. But again, like a general idea, why are string slices useful? They are smaller than strings. And if you only need to look at the data and you don't need to mutate the data, then string slices are preferable, right? Just from a size perspective. Now, the question is maybe, hang on, I'm about to go into some... I'm gonna wait until you've progressed a little bit further until we talk about boxed string slices and why they make sense. But there's a meme that is wrong, but it's funny. So Rust string meme. It's frustrating because they got it wrong. So these aren't really string slices in or strings in Rust. This one is. That's a slice of bytes. That's just the underlying data of a string, right? That's a reference to an array of bytes that has nothing to do with strings, right? That's a vector of bytes. That is the wrapped storage of the string, right? And then we get into what's correct. You do have an OS stir. The reason we have an OS stir is because different operating systems don't necessarily work with UTF-8. The strings are. We have path and path buff. Again, it's the same thing on Windows. Paths are 16 bits instead of 8 bits. So it's UTF-16 instead of UTF-8 for some reason. Who knows what they were smoking or up to, but there you go. C-stir and C-string are like the stir and the string equivalent of things coming from C. So these are like your safe alternatives to that. They are null terminated, but that's assuming that they were built correctly, right? And then a static string slice is just not a string slice with a different lifetime, right? So even though there are a lot of strings in Rust, it's annoying that the meme got it wrong. The meme would have been just as funny if they got it right. Although you can't be upset with a meme, right? You don't have that much time in life. Oh, there is a lot of FFI in Rust. So if you want to see, you can go to, if you want to see, if you want to play around with like a lot of barrier crossing, you can just look at the libc crate. Here you're gonna find a lot of familiar things, right? Like cint, not tint, right? You have a lot of aliases for these various types. You can go here if you want to build something that's specific to, like, maybe you want to look at like epoll and the likes, right? There's all this stuff is available in libc, and you have to write unsafe code and use pointers and stuff like that, right? But you can do a lot of like you have this as a crate, so you can do a lot of messing around with this stuff, which will have no doubt a lot of familiarity to you if you're coming from C, right? Oh, hello Axel, how you doing? What about E string? What about G string? What did you say the path and path buffs are? They are always specific file system paths, right? So on Linux, they could be the same as strings, but on Windows they would be UTF-16 instead of UTF-8. Right? And then you got strings in other languages. So Java, for instance, has JavaScript. I mean, has UTF-16 strings as well. I don't know why, right? But whatever, right? Strings are awful everywhere and then some, right? The moment you leave the world of ASCII, strings just becomes this minefield of grossness, right? Actually want that one open. So we can't reset these attributes for some reason. Basic got it right. I don't even remember what basic did, but I don't think UTF-8 or Unicode existed when I was programming basic. How old is Unicode? When did Unicode? Yeah. 91. Okay. Okay. Do it, Excel. Do it. Maybe it's the merging of the cells. So this is correct, but the cell merger is broken. Maybe that's... I might be looking at this from the wrong perspective. Okay. And where are we rendering the changes here? And we are writing the style. No. Oh, that's why bold works. Then dim shouldn't work. No. Okay, so this is where there is a logic flaw. I wonder if I should just scrap all this and start again. What are you guys doing for the next 3 years? You want to hang out and do this again? Let's do it, Celestial.
Let's do it!
Rewrite it in Rust. Okay, so if it's not italic, then set it to that. Otherwise, if it is italic, then set it to that. But for some reason, it isn't set it. Now, that would be a thing, Celestial. Doddy! Thank you for the bunny. Much appreciated. Thank you. Isn't anything clearing the state later on? So it should be rewritten though. I have no idea why. I kind of need to be able to observe what is happening between renders, right? So we need to create an observable buffer for this, for the cells. So what would that mean? We could maybe go with integration here. Okay, let's write a test for this. So this is going to go from the backend to erase region. All right, so let's see what happens when we erase a region after we write to it. All right, we already have a test for erasing the region, which is not working. How many tests did I break? 1. And it's this erase region test. Okay, that makes sense. Hello, Wairu. How you doing? Happy to hear it. I think this is the culprit, right? Yeah. All right, let's write something into this region that is bold and italic. Okay, we now rendered nothing. So if we were to look at our screen, there should be 2 buffers in here. There we go. They are all resets. There's 0011 in there. What does make screen do? Do you fill it up with stuff? Yeah, it's painting it with something. With 0011. And the attributes are empty. Actually, see with classes was a different thing. We could have ended up with that. Also, we could have also ended up with Objective-C, something that I've actually programmed, and I'm not like super into it, I have to say. So it was between C++ and C with classes when the like we could have ended up with either, right? But you should definitely look that up because I might be misremembering this. Okay, so we make a character here out of Y, which is why we write 0 and what have you, right? Oh yeah, I was writing iOS apps in 2009. Everyone wanted apps. Everyone wanted a shittier version of the website that was more complex to build and harder to publish. Is it? Oh, this is before Swift was even a thing. There was a period where Objective-C and Swift worked together with sort of, there was an interop where you have to write a bridge in Objective-C to be able to load Swift code. And now I think Swift runs natively on iOS. And that was around 2011, or maybe it was probably a lot later than that. Oh yeah, no, it's going to be way later than that. No, Swift wasn't really a thing until, I don't know when Swift became the default language for iOS, but yeah, it was years after Objective-C had established itself, right? All good, Skylar. All right, we'll make an alternative screen here. Let's make a glyph, which apparently is the hardest word ever to spell. From car X. Now we have to set the style on this guy. No, that's on the cell. Oh crap. I'm working on a bug here. So this word hi there should be italic. The bold works to add and remove, but the italic doesn't. And I'm wondering if that's an issue that runs a little bit deeper. Yeah, I've programmed a lot of Objective-C, C Sharp. And C Sharp is as guilty as Java when it comes to really long type names. And I did this as an experiment on stream as well, right? I just picked a random C Sharp GitHub repo and I made the prediction that there was going to be a lot of files and every file was just going to have a few lines of code in it. And yes, all right. I don't know why people thought that was a good idea. And I thought when I can't remember his name now, announced Elm and said long files. And I was like, yeah, let's do it, man. That's about right, London. Legally distinct Java. Oh, definitely. The point of Anathema, though, was to not smash everything into one place, but rather break your UI. You break your application up into your application and your UI, and then you break your UI up into smaller components. This is something that everyone is familiar with, but for some reason seem to escape some of the UI design choices out there. I know Bulma, right? It runs on a lot of things. And before Wasm, we had applets in the browser. So Wasm is technically not new. We've been able to run JVM stuff in the browser for decades, right? It's just that it was all shit and no one cared about it. Unlike Wasm, that I don't know, man. Ah, the jokes. Okay, can we set a style from here? We can update a cell. And what are we updating? The position? This is not ideal. There's something odd about this. Okay, so that's what happens when we render it. Now we're going to erase this region and see what happens afterwards. They are not the same. Oh. Newgrounds. You are you using Notify, Waru? Okay. Let's set it to bold and then erase it. Is this a thing? Can we call this? No. Set bold. So we're making all of them bold. These are not bold. What gives? Huh? So everything is bold except for one. Oh, that's the one that we're erasing. Maybe, Vira, can you refresh my memory? Okay. So we got a bug. We got a bug. Better check that this is not... okay, yeah, I have to cook dinner today, but that's not yet. I'm making chicken tinga, which is easy to make. And then a bunch of emails about how I failed in life. And broke the build and all. Oh, was this like the postman thing, right? Yeah. I closed one of your PRs earlier, but there was like it was old, and if you feel like it was wrong, then we can open it again. Okay, let's close. Let's change 0, 0 here. No, 1, 1. Let's see what this looks like now. Okay, so everything is bold. What if we erase the entire thing? Wait, we erased the entire thing and it's... I didn't erase the entire thing. There's no bold in here. If there is no bold in here, then why is it working here? Hmm. Okay, so even if we made the reset work differently to what it does now, like that, there should be... Can we just do this a little bit better? So for line in screen.lines, can we do that? Is that a thing? No. This is going to be too verbose. Yeah, kind of. Not too bad. Okay, so we only have a buffer there. Yeah, because we're just looking at the new buffer. Okay. Give me something to work with here, right? What is it that makes the bold work but not italic? All right. I don't love this idea, but I think we're going to have to try something here. This should now, italic should work now, but it should be wrong. Okay, it's not wrong. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, that's wrong. But bold doesn't react that way. It's driving me bananas. So if bold is not present, does it draw... Okay, we'll have a look at this. It's going to be in the rendering of this. Probably when we write the style. Okay, so if we have bold, then draw it bold. If it's false, then draw it normal. If we have dim, otherwise there. There's no more references to normal here, right? No. This thing should be rewritten anyway, but we're not doing that until we have a decent plan. So according to this thing, we're not doing anything else, right? This works the same way for italic and bold. Is there anything else that speaks to this? No. Damn. It kind of is the same, right? So if bold is set to true, then we make it bold. If it's specifically set to false, then we set it to normal. But if it's nor true nor false, we don't set the attribute. Wrong kind of bold. When clearing, are you maybe not resetting italics? Yeah, so let's go and look at the reset code for this. So this reset attributes is wrong, by the way. Let's just comment that out. Let's take that out as well. Maybe, I mean, if we're lucky, that was it, right? Somehow I don't think so. No. But if we delete the bold part, it works. So why is italic being such a head, right? Resetting the attributes doesn't affect the bold. Nope. There is one place where we look at normal versus bold as well. Here, when we write the style, this is possibly where it is. Oh, it's my own plugin, but it's pretty basic. So if you go to GitHub, actually, can we do this? Is the bot dead? No, it just doesn't care about these things. Maybe we'll add some commands for that. Would have been nice if we could do aliases, but no. Okay, so what was I doing now? Yeah. All right. So I think I found something here. Well, I don't really have much in terms of dot files. My i3 config is just setting the gaps and the background, and anyone can just figure that out. My Vim is public. My tmux doesn't have anything in it, so that one's even simpler, right? Yeah, my Vim config is basically this. It just loads my no Lua config and then sets up the LSP, which is short for Lumpy Space Princess. And in the no Lua Vim, it's just my old Vim config. Right. So if I ever need to run Vim instead of Neo Vim, it's a non-issue. The only thing I'm missing is LSP, right? Does it mean that it contains normal? Yeah, I came to think about that when we talked about cartoons, right? Okay, how does dim behave here? It doesn't. Is there no attributes for these? I need a breakpoint. So the attributes won't contain bold. They will not contain normal either, because normal is actually a value. So this, okay, this is what I think is wrong to do, because this is the obvious thing to do. Sip on it. See, it looks like it's working, but I don't trust it. There has to have been a reason why I didn't do this, because it's the most obvious thing to do. There is a reason why all this north stuff was added to this, but we'll try without then, right? So underline should be broken now. I mean, it just seems obvious, but inheriting, yes, probably. But why does bold inheritance work? Okay, that's correct. Oh, freaking correct that too. That is not true. Could this be it, Skylar Girl? Damn, maybe that's it. All right, let's do it. No, that's going to be a very long if statement. Can we test that? Yes. We now have integration tests, so I can write test for Testing things like mounting and unmounting components, forcing rebuilds. It's a bit awkward to test this because when we unmount it, we panic that the test passed, and that's what we're expecting. So when we force rebuild, we're making sure the state has gone through mounting and then unmounting. But it's a little bit insane. We could make a macro for this though, right? Should we write a macro, Skylar? Is that what you think we should do? You like macros? Oh, girl. At such an early age, you've already started down a very dark path in life. Neil Pointer, is Anathema different from other two framework? Yes, absolutely, 100% different. Like miles away from anything you'll find there, okay? I can confidently say that for two reasons. One, I wrote it. Two, I'm a compulsive liar. No, it is very different. You build your application by separating your business logic and your user interface. And your user interface can be broken down into smaller components. You describe your user interface in the custom language. I would say give it a try, and I'm here to answer any questions, and I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. Unless you've been watching the stream for the last 3 years, then there's no surprises. Yeah, let me show you, Neil Pointer. Okay, here's my application running in this window, right? That's me editing the layout file while it's running. All this is happening while it's running. And if we were to look at the actual demo here, clear is not clearing. Oh yeah, that's the bug I was working on. We're making custom buttons and stuff, right? Whoops. Yeah. Do we have a command for this? Yeah, this link will lead you to the guide. It will lead you to this thing, right? Which will tell you how to get started. And obviously, I'm here to answer any questions. I need to fix the canvas clear thing, but we'll get to that one shortly. First, let's make this rendering thing a thing. Got to improve the guide. Yeah, we need more screenshots and such in there. Absolutely. We also need to be on crates.io. Do you think we're not? Keep trying, Rebel. I don't mind. This nil pointer is written in anathema, right? So you are now a sandwich. While it's running, right? There is no difference, X2. That you will get the same assembly in the end, or machine code in the end, most likely, right? Not yet, Wiry. But there isn't too much going on here. I will release this, but it's depending on this project. And this project still needs to do error handling correctly. But I will release it. Absolutely. No, my credential is not stored in the project. That would be insane. So that's not an issue. Hello, YouTube watcher. You're fantastic. Don't tell anyone else. The Twitch crowd will get super jealous. Like super jealous. Yeah, what was I doing, right? Yeah, I was fixing this bug here. So we should do something like... can we write this without going into proc macros, or can we do this with declaratives? Go for it. Wow. Ouch. That's Twitch. That's not me, Rebel. Oh, one more viewer on YouTube. You guys are like the secret cabal that controls the YouTube, don't you? The excitement. I think yesterday we had 3 views on YouTube at one point. That was amazing. Okay. I don't know if we can express this with... we can do this though, right? But that's kind of gross. Wait, you compile that? Okay, just want to make sure that it just worked. Macros are not fun. They are hard to read most of the time and also quite gross. But this might be better than not than doing the Oh no, we got 3 views on YouTube again. Maybe we can reach an all new high with 4 viewers, okay? This is too exciting. I can't contain myself. All right, so we're gonna do this for underline. All right, let's run this and make sure that it actually works, right? Yeah, it just seemed to work. Damn it. It can't be that easy to fix this bug. All right? I refuse to accept it. Still 3. Oh, Nelly. All right, and we could get rid of the other stuff. And we ended up with a gross macro in the process, right? Yes. There we go. Don't write Rust macros if you don't have to. I think there's no. Most of the times you can't do things with a function. It's only when Skylar's complaining and being annoying that we write macros, right? Because we gotta do what Skylar wants. Kidding, Skylar. But yes, no, I don't think it's good to write macros if you don't have to. Yeah, this is working, right? Damn. I mean, damn, okay. Macros. Hello, Scott. How you doing? It still says 3, so you must have been one of the 3s. Okay, so should we get this button example working? We just panic the application if it clears. Oops, that's the wrong project. Okay, that panicked, but also we saw no style changes there. What do you know? Okay, it works. Wow. But why don't we see the style changes though, right? There's something we need to decide about the inputs field as well. We're gonna make a right-clickable context menu, I think. Wouldn't that be jazzy? Huh? Let's do that too. But first, let's fix this thing. Oh, damn. Where is this? In value resolver? No, 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 no. Yeah, it says inverse. Thanks, son. This is not right. Okay, let's try the inverse. Maybe that's part of some other breaking code, right? So let's, before we do that, let's make sure this works, right? It does not work. Fiddlesticks. I have no idea. Okay, so something has gone awry here. Italic works, but reverse or inverse does not. So I clearly, somewhere along the line, right? Where is this mess that I was dealing with? They're backwards, damn it. They're all backwards. Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? There we go. Oh, but look at this tomfoolery, okay? That ain't right. Hello, Chesek. I'm just working on the UI library that's powering this thing, trying to get it working. And there's like, we fixed one bug, but another one crept up. Damn right, Londo. It will never not be time for tea. Oh, did you spot something useful, Bubbles? Wait, what am I missing here, Bubbles? Oh, shit. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Now I see what you mean. What a goofball I am, huh? Oh, nice one. Good spot. Nice. I would do finger guns in your direction if it wasn't so bad. I did it anyway, right? Oh, baby, that is just the best. To that, I will say, meow. Try it, Rebel. All right, I think we're good.
That would be me.
I am. Sometimes. And sometimes I'm. It's just another word for special, you know. You gotta remember, why? How many kids do you have, Myra? I just feel like I should ask that before I say anything. Okay, can we draw now? Hi. Can we clear it? Okay, so the clear stopped working. Why did the clear stop working? Did I do that? It can't have anything to do with the padding, right? That would be too special. But it works there. Why wasn't it working when we did it here now? Huh. I ain't no one's father. That's what you think. Oof, that bird coming out of Skylar's way. A Figma for TUI. Sure. But why is this button not working? I mean, clicking it obviously does something. All right, that's the end of the drawable canvas. Maybe we should have a border around the drawing thing, okay? And we skip this border. Makes more sense. Why is the button not working, you foolish button? So I've clearly done something. The technical term is dumbassery here, okay? Can you pass the K for drawing as well? Yeah. Right now, I think we just hard-coded an X in there. Maybe not. Yeah, look at that. It's just a Y. So if I do this, Y, and then I go over here and change that to an X, and now it's X's in the shape of a Y, but then we can just do that. But the clear button doesn't work. And I don't know why. The button is new, right? What language is this in? So this language on screen is Rust. The language here for the UI is AML, right? It looks very much like YAML, right? You have a vertical stack, and then underneath you have a bunch of text, and then you have a button component. When it starts with an @ sign, it's a component, and we map the press and the component to the clear on this thing here, right? With a label of clear, we're expanding the remaining space in the vertical stack. We're wrapping a border around a drawing component, and a drawing component is just this. It's just this canvas, right? We can add more things here if we want, right? Text, I am become draw, right? So if we go back to this thing, you can see that I am become draw, and I can't draw on that. But if I wanted to, I can do a position here, and maybe I could draw on it now. No, because I just took over all this space. You need to move. I think you might still be okay. There we go. Now we're drawing over that, so it's not gonna work. All right, we need something else. But anyway, that's it, right? And it's all done with the hot reloading and all beautiful things, right? But I can't figure out why this button isn't working. Okay, so when we're supposed to publish this, let's find out. There's a couple of things to do. One, we probably want to know when the button has focus, so we should do something about that. Okay. Why is this not working, right? So we reduced inverse here. Okay, so this would never work. It's this thing that's failing, right? Yeah. Why is that failing? Oh, you could definitely build games with this. This actually started as a game like, oh, yeah, we reached 4 views on Facebook. That's not a thing. What's the other thing? YouTube. Shit. Oh, hang on. Hang on. I think I see it. No, I don't. Is self down set to false? Okay, let's do this. This should fail now. Yes. You know that Conway didn't like the game of life. He certainly didn't like that he was famous because of that. He had all this other stuff that he did with his life, and the thing people remember him for was Game of Life. I mean, it's cool and all, but like he didn't like that. Okay, we need to see what it is that we're panicking on here, right? So let's hop into our main. Let's enable no alt screen. I don't know if we can draw when we do that. Yes. Okay, so explicit panic. Now we're going to panic there. That's right. Okay, so we are panicking here. We just can't seem to get here. No, this cannot be the issue. No, it can't be the issue because we saw this working. Oh man, this is doing my head in. Why can't we seem to get the position of that, right? the stuff Museum did with the canvas was insane. I don't know if he still has that somewhere on Discord, but that was just insane. All the different color plasmas and fires and stuff. That was done with the canvas, right? I don't get this. Like, why is this not working? Why can't we seem to get the element at that position? Why is that not working? Why is that not a thing? Because we can clearly do it here. Right, I'm gonna copy this code and paste that here. No, that will calling elements will create a brand new type instance. So that's not the issue. So calling elements again is not an issue. Well, he doesn't work as a programmer, right? He did the sensible thing and went and worked as like a park ranger or whatever he did. And I don't think I was a park ranger, but something akin to that, right? And don't do commercial programming, right? Okay, let's see if this will panic. No. I am stumped. I don't know why this isn't working. It can't be because of this, right? Wait, is this thing just jank? All right, I don't know. We'll publish. What in the ever loving is happening here? Why is that working now? I mean, it shouldn't be a difference between having this thing running before this thing, right? We're not changing this until we get here. Is this a deferred action? No. What? Oh, but wait, there is more. Okay. If we get rid of this, it will start working up here. What? How? This makes no sense whatsoever. This is magic. Okay. It is insane. Right? Okay, should we make this thing have a little bit more control of what we can do, right? We can change the brush or whatever. I did say, like, what if we could right click and get a context menu up? That would be kind of cool, right? Well, there's no difference between these two, right? It's just that if we do this thing first, then we can do this. But if we do this thing first, then this code doesn't run for some reason. Yeah, we gotta throw some colors in there. Nice try, Enrico. You just wanna draw Elon's rocket. I mean, okay, so it would be somewhat nice if we could do something like a bounding box here. Contains the position. And then we can publish. No. Yes. Like this. We don't even need to. This is how it should be, right? Good one. The Starforge logo. Oh, my. Rocks. I don't know. I mean, you are unfortunately in the world of barbecue, right? That's all I would eat if I was around where you are. I would just eat barbecue all day, every day until I died, which will be 2 weeks later. You guys just don't understand rocks, okay? You gotta heat them to the right temperature. Um, it depends on like how liquid the food has to be, right? There are there are soups, drinkable soups, if you completely snookered and stuck. But if you can like eat some like gloopier stuff, gloopy, then like a nice stew, right? Can't chew much. Yeah, maybe like stew then, right? Mac and cheese. We're not trying to kill him, Londo. That requires chewing. Not if you boil the pasta long enough. Or spaghetti, right? You can just inhale those. But there is no bounding box. Wait, why is this compiling? Oh, it isn't. I was like, what? There's no bounding box. But can we make a bounding box? There's a cache here. There's an inner bounds region. No way, Jose. We could just get the inner bounds. Is that even valid? This seems very dodgy to me. And then we can get rid of you. If this works. Huh. No. Yes. No. Yes. Oh, is it? There's the inner region. Damn you. I need the outer region, you fool. Not inner bounds. And we need outer bounds. There are no outer bounds. We can make outer bounds from the cache, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wait, cache size? No. This is concerning. Bonding box. An axis aligned flatulent box. Why is this thing? What's inner? Inner is any widget. Oh, right. Makes sense. We're gonna make a new region from this though. Because we don't care about the inner region of this. That's stupid. Get position, maybe? Oh, how do we get the position? We can get it from south. Okay. Cached size. We have all of this. Holy damn. We even have that. But that's the inner bounds. All right. So let's get the outer bounds then. Or bounds. Oh no, that's not getting the position, you fool. It's get boss, right? Yay! I should drink something soon. We even have this, right? Ooh, it's about to be tea time, but it looks like my YouTube stream crashed. Not receiving enough video. Okay. If you say so. It's always time for tea. Okay, let's call bounce instead. All right, let's try it. But this might work. Yeah, now it works outside. But does it work if we move the thing? If we add this crap back in? Damn right it does. Yes! Cool. Then we're done. No, I think my YouTube stream is usually a little bit behind, but so am I. I don't know where I'm going with this. Okay. Let's push some changes, shall we? We don't need you anymore. We're done with this thing? Yes. Ah, right. That's why we needed that outside of here. Wait, how is this left up and then... Ah, right. Skip the query. Yeah. Okay. We have two clear buttons. We can have a quit now. But that's okay because we did not, in fact, make this into a prototype. Whoops. We'll do this. Where did you go? Thank you for the follow. Hey, what's up? we need, we can use default here as well. Okay, now we can have multiple buttons. Right, but we probably want the quit button to be in the top right corner. So let's just put a little bit of a spacer in here. Snap, right? But also it doesn't quit, so we should probably do something about that. That's a thought. But maybe we can make some color buttons as well, right? And how should we do that? Well, if we get a clear, let's say that we get a blue here. Then we need to pass this down to something and reset and red. Now, this is not the context menu I was thinking about, but if we do this, red, blue, and reset. We should probably have like color on these as well. I think they just do that works. That works, and these ones don't do that. Yeah, because they go to other things. Stupid. And then here we'll set the color to let's not even do that. Let's do something even more wild. Let's do this. Let's not grab an element. Let's grab a component. What are we calling this? Is it like drawing? Something stupid like that. Yeah, it is drawing. We're going to set the attribute color to blue by name. What do you want? Widget ID. Yeah, we don't care about that. Can we do this and look good doing it? Damn right we can. Okay, so if we do this, we should be setting the... I just realized what we can do. Something I haven't tried. So we're actually doing attribute setting on that at runtime instead. So let's, well, I'm gonna have to restart this thing because we do Rust changes. So in that case, we can just go to our drawing code here. No, it's here, right? Damn it. Okay, so our brush here can go away. And then our color for our brush is going to be context, attributes, get as, color. Unwrap or color reset. Hello, Crispy, my dude. How you doing? Man, we've come so far since Change Bananas, mate. We definitely have come far. I'm not even reading the error message. Temporis would be livid. How cool is that? All right, we need like a palette of brushes as well. How basic to build these things. Damn it. This is how Photoshop will end. I'll tell you what. All right, let's have some brushes then. Thank you, Araga. All right, let's put a V stack here so we can have our brushes underneath here, right? Now, this is going to be a bit interesting. I wonder if we can do something very strange here. And just do this and set the brush to be X and Y. You know, I want the brushes in the middle. Okay. Whoops, wrong window. So we should have the brushes in the middle. All right, now I don't know if this is going to be possible, but we should, when we click that, we should find out that it is the, oh man. Hello, Nightshade. How you doing, Butler? Having a good day so far? Let's go to the change brush here. Okay, I think I know what we have to add. And I'm not going to add that today, but in our event, we need to have the sender ID be a widget ID. Actually, maybe we can add this now. Okay, that's an associated event. That's the parent of the event. I'm gonna get it in the neck. Sender ID. Um, What am I missing? So close. Where does the state ID come from? There you are. Okay, then. We did it. Wow. That was crazy. We just did a massive change and nothing seemingly went wrong. I've heard. Then what I would love to do, if you'd be so kind, is to say, I want to get this to work. If this works, it will be so good. Now, this is different than what we had before, right? Because this one will take the closure here. We're almost there with this. Yes, I did write FU, but that's okay. Don't make a query. Hello, Armadan. How you doing? Sorry, I'm so focused. Now we just need to be able to make this work with the elements. Why are you dealing with Jira tickets, Scott? Are you too young for that bullshit? Take care of yourself now. Get the freaking widget tree. Okay. We can do this. We can bloody well do this. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna grab this and then bastardize this to no end. No query. Isn't it nodes? Elements. This has the tree. There is no, but there's a value, right? It's just a question of how do we get the attributes. Like that. That's how we do it. No, that's not right. If you don't set a color scatter, you get a random color. I feel like we could use get mute by ID, but it seems too simple. Oh, right. Come on, damn it. I'm not even reading the error message. Why? Why are you griping about this? That's why. Bam! Right. Shit. That was not a lot of code to make that do a thing. But the question is, does it work now? Right? Because I just made a lot of stuff up. Wow. Read the error message. Why? Why waste my time reading like a nerd? Right? Could just not and be done with it. Oh, I can't believe this might actually be working. So we set the attribute to the color. You didn't have to tell everyone. I got 3 views on YouTube. Take that. All right. Component by ID. Get the attribute. Okay, so we're going to get the brush. But why are we doing that? We have to get it from the button and then set it on the... Wow, really? There we go. Oh, man, this might actually work. So we get the brush that we set on the parent. Really, really good. It's really good today, Araga. Let's see if this panics. It doesn't panic. Okay, then we can assign that to our state here that we can pass into the drawing. So when we pass in car here, it's gonna be state, not brush. Okay, let's make sure that the drawing code reads that from the... Okay, that might not work because we're passing in a state. And that's going to be dynamic, so we might not be able to do that. It's a little bit insane what we're doing here, but let's do it, right? Let's just say that a state is a character. I can't believe this might actually work. That did not work. Oh, yeah. Okay. You probably did something like x.y on a string. Okay, thank you, error message. That's exactly what I did. No, I didn't think that was gonna work. Okay, we need to figure this one out. Yeah, we get there. But it's when we get to the brush question here, and that's called cow. Yes. Not quite, Caleb. All right, so we're going to call that brush. We're going to get as brush here. Now, this is the problem. Wait, why is this a problem? Okay. Yeah, the brush is X. Why is it an X? Brush new. Let's make sure we get a Y here. No, we don't. Damn, okay. So we don't get that. So change brush is not working. It did. Okay, let's change it from an X to something else. I don't think this should work because they are dyne states, but maybe they do. They do. But this part doesn't. Oh, you stupid idiot. All right, don't tell anyone, but I'm being really stupid. But also don't tell anyone. Here we can say children components by name, drawing, first. Forget use states. We got selectable brushes, damn it. With different colors. Oh. Absolutely, Londo. We need a new kind of button for that. Oh, man. What a simple thing to do that just works, right? Now I have to go and do some other bullshit, but we're good. First try indeed, right? I have to go and make some chicken tinga now, otherwise I'm gonna get in the neck. But this was really good, and we got some new functionality as on top of this. I'm not gonna publish this yet because I need to document this functionality that I added. I can't just go and add shit in and not document it, so I need to document the by ID. I'm gonna go to Anathema, need to document that event now carries sender ID and children components get by ID. It's a thing. Wow. Well, the drawing program or Anathema. The drawing program is sadly gonna work with my local build, but I will be back with this stuff tomorrow. I'll probably finish the things I mentioned in Discord. I'll probably finish those tonight after food, and I might publish a new version of Anathema, and I will push all this demo junk as well, right? But yeah, now I'm gonna go and find myself some cooking. Well, I'm gonna have to go and do some cooking, right? I'll pass you guys over to Cakes for now, who's doing game dev, no doubt. And I'll be back tomorrow, and we start tackling some of these things, right? Well, it was so productive. I can't believe how easy it is to work with this and how quick it is to change the framework as well, right? Or the library, right? Anyway, you guys have been great. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the subs and likes and all these things. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye for now.